Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're live at Rosebud 2009. Standing Horse Singers are making a live recording, and here they go with the first song, Standing Horse in a Tribal Singing and Dancing.
praise and thanksgiving. And today I ask you to come into our circle, lead us and guide us to the decisions that we may need to make. Be with every one of us. And Lord, I ask a special prayer for those that are hurting out there, those that are feeling alone, those that are dealing with addiction, those that are suffering with any kind of affliction, Lord God. Teach them, show them, comfort them in any way possible. In Psalm 75, it says that if you would pray and turn to your higher power in any way, that he will comfort you. So today I really wanted to pray for those that are afflicted. Our children, our grandparents, our elders, everyone that are going through things, and the fear that people have. I come against that fear. That the Lord will comfort those that are in need, and a speedy healing for those that are afflicted. And everyone that comes into this council chambers, I ask that you help us make those decisions, and that we all are in a professional way, that we agree upon things. In the name of Jesus, I ask. Amen.
Morning, everybody. Morning. There's a lot going on through the country and the tribes and the states. So, the virus has changed all of our way of lives, and if you've watched the news, there's some positive things going on with the vaccine. So, we hope that this vaccine gets done. It's showing some really good results, that they can start mass producing this vaccine this winter, maybe. So until then, we've got to do everything we can to keep our people safe. So that's kind of where we're at. So we've got a lot of work to do in the next 6 months to move on our projects, and to move quickly as possible to come up with plans to keep our people safe. So first up is Judicial Committee. As everybody knows, we've been talking about the off-res voting for years. I was on I was a district officer years ago, and we brought up the off-res voting for it's been going on, as you know, for years. When I was on DCA, we brought this to council. We had 4 or 5 districts came in to approve this, but council wouldn't take it up. They wouldn't take the vote up. And it's been going on, since I was vice chairman. I made the motion and it passed to do the off-res voting. That was 3 years ago. The process should have been going through and happening. Since I took office this time as chairman, we've been moving on this again since June. So this is not a new issue. We've been talking about this for many years. And we need to do this. Our people off reservation deserve to have a voice in their tribe. A lot of our people don't live too far off the reservation. A lot of them live in Wapton. A lot of them live in Fargo. As you know, when we start pulling records from North Dakota, we have over 600 people of our people live in North Dakota. We have a lot of people here that work 8, 10-hour days. On days we have voting, it creates a hardship for them to also try to take care of their kids and their families and their jobs and then drive all the way home to vote. A lot of them do. A lot of our people drive from Minneapolis, Kansas, Fargo, Sioux Falls. And even though Sioux Falls is 2.5 hours away, it still takes up your day. Basically your day, because you're driving all the way home and back to vote. So, our people, have our ancestors have suffered and were slaughtered, massacred. Millions of us, millions of them were killed by viruses. And we need to thank them for everything that we have today. And they would want all of their people to be able to participate in their government and vote. So this is, like I said, this has been going on for many years, and it's time to bring this up for a vote. So I'm going to turn over the mic to the chairman of the Judicial Committee. We had a prior chairman of the Judicial Committee was Lorraine Russo. She's here. So this has been an ongoing process now since it's been going on for many years, and it's been going on here for last 6 or 7 months. So, Sharon?
Can I just have Lorraine come up and go through the timeline? Because
Okay.
she prepared this packet.
Okay, it's going to be kind of difficult to talk through this mask, but I'll do my best so you guys can hear me.
Just talk close to the mic, Lorraine, and you'll be fine.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I've been involved with the Judicial Committee for many years, off and on for my district, Buffalo Lake. And this issue of the election code to need to allow off-reservation members to vote, as you know, the history yourself, Mr. Chairman, motion number 77 was passed February 8, 2017, and at that time, it was passed with only 2 no votes. And so the council minutes are attached there. You could see those. And it was presented then, wasn't presented though to the Judicial Committee until I think June or July of 2019, last year. And at that time, the Judicial Committee reviewed it, made a motion to send it out to the districts. So then it went out to the districts. And it's always been the policy, it doesn't say that, there doesn't need to be judicial or district approval, just their opportunity to be able to look at it, review it, and make comments. There's nothing that says that the district have to approve it, deny it, or anything, only to make comments, or to ask questions, or to even make recommendations. And then after it's at the districts, at the next meeting, I think we used to have 60 days. There's a timeline, and that's in your packet too, of how the process works. And within, it used to be 60 days, goes out to the districts, comes back, then we set it for a judicial forum. Well, when this went out to the districts last fall, it never got sent to, for a forum, although it went through the process of sending it out to the districts. Well, then, because of the turmoil that was going on last fall, efforts to remove our chairman and all kinds of motions coming in through DCA, this got dropped in a shuffle. And it wasn't revived again, I think, until January 2020. And then when it was revived again, it went to the Judicial Committee, was sent back out to the districts, and it wasn't until just recently it came back to Judicial Committee for, to finish the process. So the process was then to send it to a judicial forum. And that's what happened. It went to, a notice was put in the paper by the vice chairman of the Judicial Committee and as proponents, the chairman's office, and allowed people the opportunity to send in written comments next, and gave them a timeline of 7 days. That was in the newspaper, in the Shota. And then the chairman of the Judicial Committee felt that it needed to have another forum, one that would maybe involve more of the public. And we couldn't have one because they couldn't set one because of the coronavirus. So there couldn't be a person-to-person contact judicial forum. So the committee chairman set it for a Zoom meeting, a Zoom forum. And that happened. It was on the radio station and came live on Facebook. And at that time, they were allowed to make comments. They were allowed to make suggestions. And those then went to Gordon Nielsen, following the process again. And so went to Gordon Nielsen for his legal review. And we do have that back now, that there was no substantive changes that needed to be made to the election code revision. So if you look at a process, I want to talk a little bit about that. When I first became Judicial Committee Chairman, I was advised of this process that we had to follow in order to get either amendments to the code or to develop and get new codes passed. And in that process, it's got some timelines. So we tried to follow those. And that's how we got all of our codes and code revisions passed, was going by this process. And that was passed, I had come to the Tribal Council soon after I was elected as Judicial Committee Chairman. And I said, here we have a process. I would like to know, you're all new on council. Is this still a valid process, a good process? Is this what you want us to go by? So they affirmed it. The process, the original process, was passed by this body, not you guys in particular, but the Tribal Council at that time. And then it was reaffirmed twice after that. So the process has been confirmed by the Tribal Council bodies, wherever they are at that particular time. So my understanding now is that there's, we have minutes. I seen them yesterday from the Judicial Committee, whereby they were made a motion to send it back to them. Okay, she can explain this part, so I'll let her go ahead with that.
I just handed out, Gordon Nielsen completed his legal review. So I just handed that out to you. So we have gotten all the way through most of the steps, but our committee, we had a meeting last week, and our committee made a motion to send it back to the districts. So that's where we are with it right now.
All right, go ahead.
I was done.
So we've been going through this for years, and for many years. But it's important that we allow our people to vote, and needs to come to a vote again. I mean, like I said, motion 77 passed 3 years ago. So we've been through the process. We've been discussing this, at the districts for years. So after this vote, we also want to discuss moving to 100% mail-in ballot because of the virus. If you noticed, all of the states have gone to 100% vote primary in elections to protect our people, to protect everybody. So that's where we're at with the code. And we've been, like I said, talking about the off-res voting for years, and it's time to take a vote up on it. And last fall I went to the Sioux Falls Penitentiary for their powwow. And if you haven't noticed, a lot of times they send in comments. Our people that are incarcerated, they send in comments. They read the shota. They're very engaged with their tribal government. And I think it's also important for them to be able to vote as well. So, Mr. Owen?
I would just like to make a comment as to why I made the motion on judicial to bring it back to the districts. By all means, council has the right to vote on it here and now, as the process has been voted on and it's in the minutes. However, I also would like to state that I'm not against this code. In fact, I think this is a great idea. I would have utilized it when I was attending university because I was off reservation, and I would have voted using that instead of driving 100-some miles back. But I ultimately feel that it is a courtesy to bring it back to the districts because the people's voice is what keeps this democracy alive. And it is not that I'm saying we need to bypass council, but by bringing it back to the districts, the people retain their voice and they are able to state their opinions on if they're for or against. Now, as I've been advertising this code, I have received negative comments in regards to the code, and I have been receiving great comments in regards to this election code. Right now, our people are being terribly divided over something that seems mundane, and by bringing it back to the districts, I feel like we will bypass all of that, anger and feeling of being rejected, because then they'll ultimately make a district motion for their council reps. We bring it back, and if it passes, great. If it fails, that's the process that I feel like should work. And so ultimately, is it really so wrong to bring it back to the districts to hear the voice of the people? And that's how I would like to end that one.
Well, like I said, this has been going on for years, and your district has passed this. They have passed this in the past. This has been going around for years.
Well,
Shannon?
we did take it back to our districts, but a number of the districts didn't vote on it. So like at Lake Traverse, the first month that I brought it, they wanted to put it off for a month, and then the next month, they still didn't want to vote on it. They wanted it sent to REB. So there was an opportunity. We all brought it back to our districts. Some of them voted, so Old Agency voted for it. Long Hollow voted. Yeah. So, and then Lexi's district voted against it. So
That was 2 years ago, though. That one was the previous one. We weren't able to discuss it much and make a motion this time.
yeah, so the districts did get copies of it. They just didn't all vote on it. And I think that's what Dallas is wanting. He's wanting more clarity but they did have an opportunity, and then in the process, it says that it goes to the districts for review, and they can make their comments. It doesn't say they have to get a motion, but this is how our committee has, this is what they have passed, and so that's where we're at with it.
Rhonda wants the mic.
In September, the Judicial Committee met, okay, and we all decided to take it back to the district. And we did. And when we met again, there was 2 districts that did not want this, absentee ballots. It was Ipuli and it was Beverly. So then, like Lorraine explained, everything happened, so it got dropped. Well, the way I understand the process is that what we were supposed to do was to take this code back to the districts, explain it to them, and then get a motion to put it into its next phase. According to the process, the next phase is the public forum. So if the district people didn't get a chance to see it there, they could see it at the public forum. Then this COVID came about. And, that kind of gives everybody a little leeway on how to present this code regarding public forum. And that's how we decided to use the TV, Facebook, Zoom, whatever. But that's what I did at my district. I presented it. I presented the motion 77. I left copies of the amendments at the district. And yeah, we did make that motion to put it into its next phase, and that was the public forum.
I actually think doing the public forum the way that we did, we actually reached more people. Because the public forums in person aren't that well attended, but we had a lot of views on that. The way that we did it. So I actually think that was a real positive because we reached more of our tribal members.
Thank you. Madam Secretary?
I had a question for Judicial. Was the Reservation Election Board involved in this process at all?
Lorraine can answer that.
Okay, we have the minutes, January 3rd, whereby it was, the Reservation Election Board was approached and was told that if they had any comments, questions, or any input, that they could bring it to the Judicial Committee, that they were invited to meet with us. They never did. I would also add that in the fall of last year, I did approach the Judicial Committee because there was a lot of complaints and things about the election code, and they wanted changes. And so I approached the the election board, or REB, right in the council rotunda. And I talked to Angie. They were all standing around there. And I talked to Angie, who was the chairman, and she deferred it over to Vanessa Carlson. So I talked to Vanessa, and I said, there's people that want this code changed, and so there really needs to be a proponent, and you seem to be a logical choice to be a proponent to get this election code revised. And so she said, yeah, we can do that. And I said, well, okay, then. I was chairman of the Judicial Committee at that time, and I said, okay, we'll leave it in your capable hands then. We'll wait for you to come back to the Judicial Committee with your proposed changes. Well, that never happened. So twice they were given the opportunity last, I think it was about in September, August, someplace in there. And that was all verbal, but that's my attesting to that. But you do have the minutes from January 3rd of 2020, where they were invited again to the Judicial Committee to give us their input. So twice they were approached. And here's the problem with a lot of this stuff when it goes out to the district. They are unaware of what's been happening at the Judicial Committee level. And what I've seen at my own district, everybody's anxious to get out of there for whatever reasons, ball games or fishing or something. So when we have our committee reports last, there's very few people that want to ask you a question or make any comments. So the codes are left at the table, and anybody could come get them, and then I tell them at the next meeting, if you have any questions, you'll have the opportunity again at the next meeting to go ahead and ask those questions or provide input, or you can even write them down. Written comments will be welcome. Well, I never ever received any.
Thank you, Lorraine. So ultimately, we're here. We've gone through the process, and this body here is a legislative body that approves codes, laws, legislation, and like I said, this has been going on for many years. And all of our people should have a voice in their tribal government, and we shouldn't be creating hardships for them to have to drive for hours and hours and hours to be a part of their government. And it's gone back and forth for years. You know, like I said, it's passed and been discussed. So I think it's time to vote on it and then move on. So, Madam Secretary.
Last time a code was passed without the tribal membership's voice, it created a lot of problems. And I have to agree with Dallas. I really think this has to go back for another, for the voice of the people to be heard out in the districts and their input on it. And I'm all for absentee voting, but we need to do it correctly. And if we don't, then we're going to be back in the same boat that we were before with the Controlled Substances Act.
Lorraine.
In response to your comment, Myrna, Judicial Committee has been charged with reviewing and developing codes, passing codes. They have a grave responsibility. These are the laws for our people. And so a process was put in place for them to follow. And I guess what I'm hearing now is they shouldn't follow the process. They should just neglect the process and go on and send it back to the district for the third time. Why does this body pass policies, procedures, processes, laws if you're not going to follow them and you don't expect this group to follow them? If there's a process in place, why aren't you following it? Why aren't they following it? I mean, I've been told that standing right in front of previous councils where they were told about the Constitution. You don't follow the Constitution, so we might as well rip it up. Well, we're talking about the laws. How many times are the people going to be given the opportunity? They've been given the opportunity. It's been out there. We have proof that all these minutes, you want to see the minutes. But they chose not to be involved. But right now, just because it's before the election time, all of a sudden now, everybody's got an interest. Why is that? Does anybody have conflicts of interest with this? I don't. I really don't. You guys know I'm running for council for Buffalo Lake. And it doesn't matter to me. I have very few relatives on reservation, probably no friends. That's a joke. and really, no, really. I think I have 4 relatives off reservation. So all I'm saying is follow the process. I'm not saying, I don't have an interest one way or the other, but I do have an interest. When somebody's charged by law, which is chapter 21, to do the job, then I think that they should be following the process, and this body should encourage them to follow the process.
I want to thank Lorraine for her comments, but I want to remind everybody that she doesn't represent the Judicial Committee any longer. I am the Buffalo Lake representative, and I did provide the documents this fall and talked about them briefly and said we were going to discuss it at the next meeting. But due to COVID-19, we weren't able to have another meeting, and I felt just like Dallas felt like we had a responsibility to our district membership to make sure they were well informed and they had an opportunity to have lots of input. So as a judicial committee, we made a motion to send it back to the districts again after this, when we could have safe meetings again with all our district membership. So I just wanted to remind everybody that she was a lot of years for judicial, and she spoke for judicial lots of years, but our motion speaks for what we feel. We feel like our district membership need an opportunity to really review it before it comes to council action. Down the aisle.
Rhonda?
I voted no to this motion here because I did what I was supposed to do. Okay? My district voted the way they were supposed to. Every time that judicial has some kind of going on with the districts, well, the agencies always made good decisions. Like I was the only one that was appointed by council resolution when we had a question of how everybody else was going to get seated. And everybody knew that. So I voted no against it because it's been with us since September already. And that's how many months ago now? September, October, November, December, January, February, March, April, May. That's 9 months. And we need to just make a motion to send it to them because in reality, all the district's distribution is based on
This has been in and out of the districts for years. Like I said, I made the motion that passed at Buffalo Lake. And it's time to vote on this. It's time to give our off-reservation people a voice. As Rhonda said, they're counted on their rolls. All the districts receive money for them, even though they're not here. A lot of them don't ask for anything. And so they deserve a voice out there. And it's been to the districts over the many years we've talked about this. Madam Secretary.
While I agree that the people need a voice out there with the absentee ballots, this should have been fast-tracked last year. Right now, the election process is already in motion. People have already filed. So here we are interrupting a process that the REB has already put in motion. And who initiated this? That's what I want to know, because Who contacted ABS or AES and got these numbers? Because if it's a candidate that is running for office, then that's not right, because you're interrupting a process, election process, and shouldn't have anything to do with the election right now. So if REB is not aware of the absentee ballots and there's not going to be any polling places, then we're out of line. And we need somebody from REB to come in here and voice their concerns or what they think about this whole process, because we're saying we're going to make everybody vote by absentee ballot, and we already have the price right here. Well, who got these prices if it wasn't REB? That's what I want to know.
I have contacted Terry. He's been doing our elections for many years. I even talked to him 3 years ago after the motion passed. And he stated he does these mail-in ballots all the time. So if we were going to move on this, as chairman, it's my responsibility to make sure that we have the money, the funds, and we can carry out the elections per the council voting regulations. Shannon?
You guys are gonna discuss that next. That doesn't have anything to do with what we're discussing right now. Doing the all absentee, that's different from what we're discussing.
Tokanawan.
Yeah, I'd like to, this has been an issue for a really long time. My district is basically kind of split on this issue. It's been brought up a lot of times. When I was on, when I sat on the board, it was brought up, like you said, Shanda brought it up. She brought it up and it was split. But my question is we're a tribe. You know, and I believe that the off-reservation people need a voice too. We give them District Day money. They come in for District Day money, rather be home improvement. You know, so those are the types of things we do for them. So why is it that we don't allow them to vote? I don't understand that, because we are a tribe as one. They're part of our tribe. And it's a very important part, and it's just on the election. I've heard different people say, well, we don't want them to come in and run us. What does that mean? It creates a separation. And we're Sistan, Wapton, Oyate. We are a tribe. We shouldn't be dividing each other like that. And I really believe in fairness. I've heard all the pros and cons for years. Some are for it, some are not. I hear good things, I hear bad things. But that's my opinion, because I believe in fairness. I believe fairness all the way, and I politicked on fairness too. We need to be fair. We're not a divided people.
Thank you. Dallas?
Thank you for your input, Cheryl. I agree, and like I said earlier, I am for this code, but by bringing it back to the districts, they'll sell it once or for all, and then districts will have their motions, and then council can make a decision based off those, and then, that's it, end of story. We move on, we move forward as one unified tribe, not people who are gonna be bickering and have troublesome issues because they didn't vote for this. So I feel like that's where it needs to go.
Your district has voted on this before. Stephanie?
I'll reply to that. If it has voted on that, has they voted on the new things that just happened from the public forum? Was there a motion that was passed from the changes from the public forum? No, we have not met. They have not made a motion on this new code with the new changes.
All the code is to allow off-res mail-in vote ballot. That's it. That's what it is. Stephanie?
As a long haul member, I just moved back to my home reservation 2 years ago. And I never got the opportunity to vote when I was off reservation, working out in I don't like is I don't like the bitching. I don't like having to repeat myself over and over and over again, and that's what we have done in judicial with this election code. It's time to vote. If I would have been at the meeting, I'm sorry, I apologize, I didn't know there was a meeting, I would have voted no, because I've already taken this to my district, and they voted on the public forum. And that's what we did, and we should go forward with just passing this election code. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Lexi?
To remind everyone that Judicial already made a motion to take it back to the districts. If you guys decide you want to vote on it now, that is up to your decision, but that's not following the process of the Judicial Board bringing it to council themselves. So I just want to remind you all that.
The process has been followed.
We're not bringing it to you. We were asked to come here.
It's been to the districts many times over the years. So, to move on, someone wants to make the motion to pass this code, it's time to do that, I guess. Time to move on. Vice Chairman?
Before you call for a vote, what are you doing? This resolution here?
No, just, the resolution is separate. This is just for the code. This is the actual code. Amendment to change the code.
Which one are we doing?
The amendment to change the code.
I know, but which amendments?
Amendment 77.
I handed out the final legal review from Gordon Nielsen. So this is what it would. Can you hear me now? Okay. So I did hand out a copy of the election code sections to be amended to affect motion 77.
Chairman, can I ask to go into exec session?
Yeah, I handed it out. It looks like this. It's got some writing on the top. Are you missing it, Myrna? I'll give you my copy.
All it is amending the code to allow for off-res mail-in balloting, voting. Long Hollow.
Mr. Chairman, so when we're gonna amend this, or if we're gonna vote on this, is this gonna happen with this election?
Yeah, I guess it would. We don't vote till October.
Process has already started.
No.
Then you got a conflict of interest.
Well, regardless, that's not what we're discussing here. We're discussing to pass this. If we can do it this year or not, we're doing this to amend the code. We've been through the process. Francis, Lake Travers?
Mr. Chairman, we are talking about it because Long Hollow brought it up. So my opinion is, and I don't care if anybody agrees with me or disagrees with me, whatever, but when this process started, it started after the fact that all these candidates turned their applications into REB. Now it's gonna look like somebody's circumventing the election process that's possibly a candidate. So this is the reason why, if it does pass, it needs to take effect next election cycle.
So why is it, if anybody that's running for office that's in favor of this, why is it that it's there, it's wrong? It's wrong to allow our people off res to vote. Are you saying they're all gonna vote for the new candidates that are running for office?
I'm not saying.
What does it have to do with that?
All I'm saying, Mr. Chairman, is that that's the consideration that needs to be taken into consideration. There's a conflict of interest here.
The same people that are gonna vote off res for me are gonna vote for the other people. So what?
We don't know that.
Yep. We're giving everybody a voice to vote. Shannon?
This is not a conflict of interest, and here's why. Because you have this whole packet of information that shows you that we've been working on this for a year. I mean, we have been working on it continuously for a year. We're not certified candidates yet. So we don't even know who's running yet because that process hasn't been completed. This whole thing has been working on, and you have all the minutes and everything that shows that this has started well before the election. So that argument makes absolutely no sense.
Then where's your minutes at if you say all your minutes are here? I've only seen one set of minutes from the
Yeah,
Judicial Committee,
you have all of this stuff in here that shows that we've been working on it.
but I don't see your guys' minutes.
Anyway, can we make a vote and move on? Somebody make the motion, or we'll just move on?
Chairman, I'd still like to go in exec session. I have a issue I'd like to bring them before council.
What?
Or we vote on this.
What issue?
What issue?
Well, well, the one that you're trying to amend is from Nielsen and, but I was gonna ask for a motion to pay Steve Sandvin for doing his amendments. Why do we have two separate amendments to the code?
The amendment we're going by is what Judicial's working on.
Why did we have Steve Sandvin do it?
He's just working on the resolution to go to 100% mail-in ballot because of the virus. That's a separate issue, as I've said already.
Both deals with the election code, Chairman.
Yes, but that is for, this is, you're mixing two different things. This is to permanently change the election code for off-res voting.
Yeah, and that's what I got here, is our election code. The same thing that Delaney, Nielsen, and Sands has.
Yep.
It's the same exact thing.
Yep. So that's what they're working on. This other thing that Sandvin was working on for me is for a temporary resolution to have a vote, an absentee ballot vote because of the virus. The same thing that all the states are doing. That's separate than what we're doing here.
But it's added into the code, Chairman. That's what I'm saying. It's the same code that Judicial presented us. So we're gonna vote on a code that Judicial presented, and then we're gonna vote on the code again that Sandvin has?
That's separate. That's for to do 100% mail-in ballot because of the virus. This is for code that they've been working on for years. Bukuli?
I think what we have two different issues on the table, if I'm understanding this correctly. We have a permanent revision or amendment to the code, which is what Judicial is bringing to us at this moment. We still, as a council, have to look at a temporary amendment to respond for the health and safety of our community when it comes time to voting. So we've got two different things on the table here.
No, it's
Yes.
all the same code.
It's the same code, yes, I understand that. It is the same code. But we've got two different issues with this code. We've got one that's gonna be a permanent amendment, and one that I'm assuming we're gonna be having to vote on a temporary amendment on how we're gonna vote during this pandemic. So if we just stick to topic and not mix the issues, it'll be less confusing. So I agree with the chair of Judicial Committee that we need to stick to this issue first.
Long Hollow.
Mr. Chairman, Judicial also made a motion to take this back to the districts, and it passed though. So are we gonna be bucking the process again?
Lorraine's already explained the process to you. It's been to the districts. It's been to the districts for years.
But we're not bringing it to council, though.
Tokanawan.
I agree with that. We've been hashing this out for years, over and over. And we're going to get that. Dallas, I do understand what you're saying. But it's been brought to the district over and over, and we are going to get hit with it either which way we vote because there's conflict. We're divided. There's some for it and some not. And either way you look at it, there are going to be complaints, and there are going to be good and bad. That's the way it is. It's just that way.
Madam Secretary.
It's clear that some of us were not included in discussions prior to this coming to council today, and that's been an issue. And I still have a question about REB. where are they at in this process? There's obviously discussions about mail-in ballots for the tribal-wide population. And is REB informed about that? Are they included in that discussion? Because we're not included in that discussion. I'm not.
Vice Chairman,
The stuff that I went over with the Sandvin stuff, I don't see nothing in here about COVID.
yeah, it's a resolution for a tribal-wide vote because of the virus. That's what he was working on.
Okay, I'm not talking
Yeah.
about this resolution. But the paperwork that I got, what you wanted to pay him for, has nothing to do with COVID.
It is. If you don't,
Not the paperwork.
okay, all right, okay, listen.
If council wants to see it, I can print it out.
Sandvin worked for the tribe as in-house attorney, right? He was doing all of this work with Lorraine and Judicial Committee last summer.
Yeah, and I got that.
He's been working on this.
I got that too, Chairman.
So that again is a separate issue about the resolution for the tribal-wide vote. Sandvin already worked on all of this stuff. He's been working with Judicial Committee since June
Okay, I'm glad you said
on the voting.
I'm glad you said that. He did amend that code back in August. So why are we paying him $4,700 again to do it again?
That's for the resolution and the policies and procedures for the vote, for a tribal-wide vote, mail-in vote because of the virus.
There's no resolution in here that you submitted with your paperwork, Chairman.
We haven't even discussed that yet.
Well, why'd you submit payment then?
Because he's been working on he's done with that part of the off-res voting, for the on and off-res voting.
Which he was already paid for back in August when he was working for an employee.
He was not working on a COVID 100% mail-in voting back in September or December. That's separate. So if we're gonna make a vote, or we'll move on.
No, I'm gonna show this to everybody. The Vice Chairman, and I see a discrepancy. You got an election code from Judicial, and you have an election code from Steve Sandvin, and I'm keeping it separate. I'm not saying it's COVID. There's nothing in this paperwork that says COVID, Chairman.
We have it.
Election code.
We have it. It's all done. But has nothing to do with this. This is their code they've been working on since December or June. I don't have time to read it. I'll read it when we get done with this. Yes, this is for the resolution for the off-res voting for the whole tribe.
Read it. Show me where the resolution's at.
It's here. We have it. Where is it, Lorraine? The resolution from Sandvin about the 100% vote because of the virus.
It's right here. I passed it out.
Okay, and now, we're voting on the code, right? Is that what we're voting on here?
No, all you're voting on is amendment allowing off-reservation people to vote. That's all the issue is supposed to be
I agree with that,
right now.
but
This
now,
resolution is because of the coronavirus.
okay, let's take the resolution out of it.
Well, we
Okay.
don't have it in it.
Okay,
It was passed out, Chairman asked me to pass it out, I guess I should, because you got confused.
yeah, I am confused because I got amendments made by Delaney, Nielsen, and Sands.
Simple.
But then we're also paying
Let her talk.
for the same thing.
That's it. To allow off-reservation voters. That's all.
Shannon?
Do you have any more questions for Judicial, or
No, we don't.
can we be excused?
Thank you. I appreciate all of the hard work that you guys did the last 6-7 months on, working on giving the people a voice. Stephanie?
I guess one more thing before we leave. I guess I'm concerned because as a judicial committee, I know we've got a lot to work on, but I've asked for a special meeting with my district and I haven't heard back, but is council going to make a motion to allow meetings of more than 10 people?
No, we're not supposed to be. No.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Bakuli,
They just hang around to be a part of what we're talking about next?
yeah, you probably should stick around. Stephanie, Shannon,
Like for you too.
even though it doesn't, doesn't pertain to Judicial Committee. So if council wants to make a motion on this, if not, we're going to move on. Whole agency?
I'd like to hear from REB on this situation too, how that's going to affect their process.
Well, that's a different process. This is,
Everything's
they don't approve codes. Council approves codes.
but how is it going to affect the election?
Well, we'll talk about that, if it passes or not. If it don't pass, then we won't have to discuss it. Token one.
You know, this has been going on for a long time. There should have been a process already. Somebody should have been doing an example because we know this issue comes up all the time. There should have been somebody working on it already and it put away. If we're worried about the process and the election, if it's going to affect us now, it's been going on for a long time. Now, whose job is it to put a plan in place? To me, there should have been an example and one ready because it's an issue that's been brought up and an important one. All the time, every year it's brought up. Somebody should have been working on that already. So that way it's completed and in a file.
We have the process for this. We have the policies, but that's a different,
Can I just?
that's a different meeting. Shannon?
Okay, so this morning I talked to Gordon Nielsen, who did the final legal review after the comments from the public forum. One of the comments from the public forum was that tribal member recommended that the ballots be due 5 days before the election. And so when I discussed it with Gordon and we talked about what his recommendations for changes were, when I asked him about including that, the discussion was that that's part of a process, and so it didn't need to go into the code. So the process needs to be worked out by REB, and because they're the ones that are gonna administer it, and that doesn't have anything to do with the code. That was what we discussed.
Bakuli?
When we as legislators put together our laws and our ordinances, it's up to our programs and all those affected by those laws to put their policies in place to come into compliance with the laws we establish. So today what we're doing, and correct me if I'm wrong, Judicial, but to my understanding what we're doing is we are amending a code to an issue that's been coming up every year. We know it's an ongoing issue and we need to come to a resting place with it. Now should we vote on it? Should it pass? Now our REB and whoever else will be affected by this code will have to sit down and they're gonna have to establish a process to come into compliance with the revisions or the amendments. So at this point in time, it's not REB's responsibility to take part in writing out policies and processes within the code. Do you know what I'm saying? So I feel if this gets passed, then that's when REB's responsibility will kick in, along with all of those who will be affected by the amended changes.
And remember that REB was given the opportunity to comment on it and to be part of it. So they were contacted twice to be part of this. And I just have to say that if REB is still interested, because apparently they have other changes that they would like to make to the code, at any time, anybody can contact Judicial and appear at one of our meetings. We've been meeting by Zoom. We've continued to meet because we still have work to do. We're not getting a stipend. We're still working. And so it is totally possible for anybody to still come and meet with us. So it's not like REB's been cut out or that we haven't tried to consult with them. That's completely untrue. We've reached out to them twice, and they can still come to us if they want further changes to the code, we'll continue to work on it and, you know, bring any changes just like any other code.
And so I know that this was brought up at my district, and we decided not to vote on it this last time when it was brought. It is a recurring issue, and I believe it is something that we need to address and we need to just clarify. So, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make the motion for allowing the amendment and accepting this code.
Motion by Bakuli,
The one that is presented by Judicial.
one that, this one.
No, they didn't present that. They just told us that they made a motion to take it back to the district.
We're past that, Vice Chairman. If you don't want to vote on, if you want to vote no, then vote no on it. We got a motion by Bakuli.
But we can't have that in the motion when it wasn't presented by Judicial.
I would like to make a motion to approve the amended changes. Excuse me? This issue has been going on, according to our Constitution, according to the code, we as council have the right to move forward with any codes. And right now, we have a long-standing history of this issue just going in circles. We have, I think, Judicial has come before us today and displayed a reasonable attempt in good faith to get this code out to the districts, heard, out to the community for community response. It's gone through its process. So I would like to exercise the authority as council to move according to 210505 and make the motion to approve these amended changes allowing off-reservation voting. That's the
Motion,
Mr.
motion by Bakuli. Second by Tokanawan. No question? Call for vote.
Yep.
Lisa Jackson,
Yes.
Louis Johnson,
No.
Francis Crawford,
No.
Curtis Bissonette,
No.
Winfield Jr.,
Oh my God, Curtis.
Nelson Owen, Cheryl Owen, Tribal Vice Chairman,
No.
Tribal Secretary, Chairman, motion is defeated.
Thank you. Madam Secretary?
I make a motion to table this until Judicial meets with REB and irons out some questions. And we can have a special meeting to address it. Because this shouldn't be allowable this election.
Don't allow what? Off-res voting? Okay. Nadine?
I just wanted to say that the REB doesn't have a separate procedure manual. Their procedures are all written in Code 3, so we need to make sure that when we're ready to vote for something, all the procedures are in there, in the code for them. Even for your other thing that we're not dealing with 100% ballot, it has to be in the code.
Okay, Kim. What?
So,
What's your motion? Oh,
so, Mr. Chairman.
Bakuli?
And so that's one of the things that I'm finding is that we have a lot of our codes that are mixed with policy when it shouldn't be. Our codes are establish the standard, and therefore our boards, our committees, our programs need to establish policy that will guide our personnel to compliance with their codes. So we do need to take a look at our codes and begin separating those statutes versus policy and process. So that way, should there come a change in law or ordinance, then the simple revisions will be made within the policies within each respective organization or committee or board. So we do need to make that distinguishment, and I'm glad Nadine brought that to our attention.
Okay, thank you. Haipa,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Since our off-reservation people are not going to get a chance to have a say, and we count their heads, off-reservation is over 8,000. On reservation, 7,000. All those funds that we collect when we count all the heads of our tribe, we should be putting aside those funds that those 8,000 plus get so that they can use when they do get back. We should just be using the 7,000 plus funds that we receive for the members who are here. But that's not what we're doing. I'm thinking of them off the res. They should be getting something from us. They're the ones having a harder time. That's how I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking of them. And when we took these seats, we're supposed to think of everybody, not just who's here. So I want to make a motion that we set aside those funds once we figure out how much that would be for those off-reservation people, that we put in an account for them, and that we do not touch that. When they come back, whenever they can make it back, they have access for that, because they need the funds just like we're getting here. So that's my motion, Mr. Chairman.
motion by Haipa, second by Bakuli.
What is it again?
Oh, I think what Councilman Rondell is talking about is there's been a lot of spending. I think there's been probably over 100,000 that's been spent on food and paid for out of our settlement funds. We all have been getting complaints on that because they're saying, "Where's our help? We want help too." And usually when I respond to them is these guys they're passing out, milk and stuff. We can't send that to, Chicago or to, San Diego. But I know council was talking about trying to do a hardship payment to all of the tribal members, but we have to make sure that that's legal. And we can do that out of our CARES funding. We don't know that. So that's what Junior is talking about, right? You're talking about, we also help the off-reservation people too.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'm talking about the money. If this wasn't happening to us, this COVID, those individuals' heads are counted. And we receive funding for in our census, funds that come to the tribe. Well, for donor years, those ones living off the res have not received like we have. That's what I'm getting at. Plus, we have veterans out there that could use these funds too that we are benefiting from. And they're not because they don't live here. So that's why my motion, I made that motion. At those 8,000, we could figure out how much that is, how much they receive. That would go into an account for them individuals.
Yeah. Motion by Haipa. I need a second. Is there a second to the motion?
Second.
Second by Bakuli. Question with the question from Tokanawan.
I would like to see how much we spent on food so far and kind of determine what that cost was. And then we could see if there is any help, for the off. Because I'm a believer that everybody needs to be treated fairly. So I would like to see a cost of how much we distributed out there. What was the cost and the breakdown? I know some of the figures, but I don't know all of them.
Bakuli.
So if we do like like a breakdown, like, Enemy Swim's just recommending, how much did we give per household, and then take that average, and maybe that's something that we can do in a card for our off reservation? What is that number?
Okay.
Not everybody. They went to every home on the reservation. So, but from my understanding, every single home on the reservation was given food, a food package. What was the average cost of that food package? And we should be able to give and match that for our off-reservation members. What does that cost?
Vice Chairman?
I got all the info right here. I handed it out before. I can hand it out again. Food cost is about $50 a care package. A household of 1 to 3 would get one bi-weekly. A household of 4 to 8 would get one once a week. A household of 8 plus would get 2 packages a week. Toiletries would be once a month. I'll have my staff get copies of this again. But that's what the 1.1 was for. So, I'll start at the beginning again. Motion number 17, made by Curtis Bissonnette, second by Myrna Thompson, question by Francis Crawford, to approve the SWO COVID-19 Task Force Response Plan with changes, and to have the tribal vice chairman in charge of this effort, and to establish the SWO COVID-19 Task Force and meeting schedule with daily, weekly updates to provide for tribal council. Motion 23, made by Lisa Jackson, second by Cheryl Owen, question by Curtis Bissonnette, to authorize the tribal chairman to establish a state of emergency account, an amount of $50,000 with the youth construction account as the funding source. And per motion 16 with the COVID response plan, this was the plan that I handed out. And in this plan, it says, create a reservation-wide communication plan. We got Tom here. That was one of them. And identify needs and resources. Prioritize needs accordingly. Identify travel resources per program department. Food, items, vehicles, etc. Budget. Identify volunteer needs and roles. Information gatherers, referral, drivers, packers, organizers. Schematics of the reservation homes, routing plan, volunteer schedule and locations, volunteer training, community outreach, communication notices, etc. Administrative, forms, application sign-up sheets, etc. Management, data, compiling information for application sign-up sheets, etc. For reporting requirements, grant reporting requirements, financial reporting, and counseling. Identify a timeline of response, ordering of food boxes, packaging up, pickup and delivery. So all this stuff you guys approved at first.
Can I get a copy of that?
Yeah, I gave you a copy and I emailed it before, and I'll do it again.
When was that though?
That was back
wasn't at the
on April 1st.
No, we did not receive any of that.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did. You asked for it. I emailed it out.
Yep.
Everybody got it. I even
You
handed
got the
it
packet
out.
email? Yep, I did.
We got a motion, second, and
Hold on,
question?
Chairman, I'm not done. I gotta set this straight.
Is it- Does it say in there you can spend hundreds of thousands of dollars without council
Then-
motion?
And then, Franny made motion number 76, second by Lisa Jackson, question by Louis Johnson, to transfer 1.1 from detention center set aside the emergency tribal account, with the funds to be reimbursed when the Corona Relief Fund CARES Act funding is received, as presented by Vice Chairman Edmund Johnson Jr. When we made that motion, like Travers asked, so what do you need? And I looked at it and said 1.1. And then we said, well, what about the grant match? So we did the 1.16. And that's what it was for. And I handed out these papers right here. It says SWO response, their employee. It gives the base pay. It gives the overtime. The total for the, 13 weeks was 526,000. I handed out the care packs based on 13-week plan, 508. So with this and the 60,000, 1.1. And then on it, it said that we need, and then I said, even right after that, I said, oh good, now we can start buying the hamburger, which we got. And all this food, which we got. And I'll give this all to you. That's my backup.
Okay,
Do this without and there is my council motions, Chairman. You know, if you guys are going to question me on this, I'd like you to do the same for the chairman. Where's the motions for the Buffalo? Where's the motions for the crossing? You know, I got my backup. Where's his backup? He spent money too. If I'm going to keep getting questioned all the time, you guys are acting like I'm doing this for myself. This is for the people. Everybody's getting this food. And if you guys want to give it to the off reservation too, we can. That's what the CARES Act is for. We asked that meeting. Steve Gunn, Whitfleet. You know, I voted no against them guys, but I'm working with them. I think they're doing a good job. But they told me we can do this. And it's frustrating that I keep getting questioned about this and asking for motions when the chairman did the same thing the very first time with the Buffalo and the food from the crossing. Where's his motions? That's all I have to say.
well, now we're going to start mixing apples and oranges. When this crisis started, what were they saying? Lock up your elders. When this happened, it said, lock up your elders. The virus is coming, it's going to take them. When we took our buffalo, they costed $300 a piece to process them. We processed 10 of them.
How do you get those processed?
Okay? I called for a council meeting. When this all came down, I called for a council meeting because we wanted to order some ramen noodles and some emergency food for our elders, 70 and over. We did that. There was limited spending that I did. We also did it in conjunction with the casinos with all their leftover food. We wanted to make sure our elders 70 and over got food, and we hurry up and we lock them in their homes. Well, months and months have passed now. We've been very lucky here on our reservation. We haven't had much spread. We are not in a crisis right now. They're saying it's going to get bad. The second wave is going to come this winter. So we need to get prepared for that. And if you want to talk about $10,000 in emergency funding compared to hundreds of thousands that you've spent without council motion, that's two different things.
No.
But my recommendation to council is that all of this food stuff stops. All of this distribution stops. We need to plan. We are not in a crisis, and we don't need to be spending hundreds of thousands of dollars to feed people that have money. The money needs to be saved. We need to get ready when this does turn into a crisis for the people that don't have resources to help themselves. And it has come up, and the money that's being spent is being spent out of the settlement account, praying for a reimbursement from FEMA, which we don't know will come. And when FEMA reimbursements do go through, sometimes they take years. We need to keep hold of the tribal funds that we have. We can start using CARES money, but we're putting budgets together for that. Bakuli.
I know I've been asking questions on this because when I go through my email, I didn't get this budget and everything until May 5th. That's when my email came in with the, that expenditure. So I've been asking because I had not seen those numbers. I've gone and met with Jim, I've talked with Sunny, and every meeting I've gone to, it's been about FEMA reimbursement. The public service announcement was about FEMA reimbursement. That those were the dollars that we were going after first from the vice chairman's office. We put the 1.1 aside from the settlement with the understanding of FEMA, because we had not yet talked about, we met with Whiffley, and your office was still questioning whether these costs were reimbursable or not. That's neither here or there. We were told that we were going to be given updates. We've had food distributions, we've had all these things going on within our respective districts, but we have, as council reps, have not been given notice that these foods are going out to our districts. If you're making changes to your plan, I know when the first plan came in, there was a big X on the first paragraph, and you guys said that it was going to be updated. Well, we haven't been updated with these changes regularly. So whatever plans are being changed within this plan, we have not been actively involved, engaged, or consulted. As council, we have not been involved in these expenditures and made aware of what this spending is going to. So if we're going to be doing food distributions weekly, show me where we've passed a resolution saying that level of spending warrants the condition we're in. It doesn't, in my opinion. If we had quarantined our community and our members, then I can see that. I can see where we went up to Enemy Swim and gave food to that community because there was a spread and an outbreak in that community, and that level of spending and support warrants that. But we don't have that level here. So what we're doing in the spending that we are displaying doesn't match the need. Should, like they say, this next time around, it's going to be worse than what we've seen so far. We need to be preparing for that. And I would like to see council be more involved in this task force plan because we're getting questioned on it. And I sat and I met with your task force team, Mr. Vice Chairman, and I explained to them that we don't even know that they're going out to our districts and giving out food. And when we as council get asked those questions as to what they're doing and I don't have an answer, it doesn't make me look bad. It makes all of us look bad because that shows that we're not communicating. We're not communicating this plan well. We, as the governing body, are not engaged or involved in the actual decisions of where this money is going or kept in the loop of that. So it's an evolving plan, so then council needs to be updated. What started in the very beginning, we know a lot more about this virus than we did in the very beginning. In the very beginning, it was everybody gets shut up in your home and shut down your businesses, and we've learned a lot since then. So now's the time to take a look at our plan and reevaluate that and see where we are with our spending, and do we need to make some adjustments? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Token one.
I agree with Cooley. And the thing about this whole thing is, and I'm sorry that you feel offended, Mr. Vice Chair, but we need to, if we want something, we should get it. If we have questions, you should answer it. If we want additional paperwork, or if you emailed us, but we're sitting right here, right now. And if we needed it and we're asking, because we're the governing body, and if we want anything, we should get it. We should ask you for it. But I don't feel that it should be anger or emotional because we're asking you questions. That's what business does. Because we're asking questions because we want to answer. That's it.
Lexi?
So all these questions that you're having, I actually have most of your answers in these budgets. If you want to go over these budgets real quickly, and this is regarding all of our COVID money, and I even give you a list of all the COVID money that's been coming into our tribe. So I know he wants to talk.
Did we pass the motion or is it still on the floor? Oh, call for vote. Sorry about that.
That's not Mr. JR, you're talking about setting aside COVID-19 funds.
No, no.
Settlement funds?
Any money that's coming to the tribe prior to this, remember, we didn't have COVID last year or the year before. So, those individuals who are off, not getting voting because they're off, we still collect, their heads are still counted. So that money comes to the tribe. Yeah. No, whatever comes to us because of our government, wherever it comes from, yeah,
No.
those individuals off rest are
can't
not benefiting.
Mr. Chairman, or Haiba, can we maybe do a research on that? Could your motion be that we begin to research those different costs? Because there is, you know, I understand your point and I understand which direction you're going with, but at this point, I'm not sure how that's going to impact us without doing a little bit more research as to the exact type of funding, because with federal funding, we got to be careful with that. That's allocated, you know, accordingly. So,
That's true, Mr. Chairman, that federal funding is allocated to the tribe, and that's based on our enrollment, right? That includes the 8,000 that are off rest, okay, because they're on our roster here, our roll. What I'm saying is, them funds that come in that cover all the whole tribe, those 8,000 that are off the rest are not benefiting like we are living here. So
We-
when are they gonna benefit?
We got to get this vote done. Call for vote.
Okay, so just federal funds.
all funding. Are we going to research it? Are we going to research that out?
Well, his motion is to also help the offer-as people.
And that was before this happened. They were not receiving like we were living here, okay? Money was coming in, they were not benefiting from it like we were before all this happened. Yet we counted their heads.
Tax money? Any-
All right, call for vote.
I wouldn't say federal. I wouldn't say federal.
All funds
No, not all.
or settlement funds?
All funds. All funds.
Do you want
They
to?
got benefit like we do.
Okay, all funds, his motion.
Bill Rondell Jr.,
Yes.
Justin Owen? No. Cheryl Owen? No. Lisa Jackson?
No.
Louis Johnson? No. Francis Crawford?
No.
Curtis Bissonnette?
No.
Tribal Vice Chairman?
No.
Tribal Secretary? Mr. Chairman, the motion.
Vice Chairman.
Okay, now I gotta go back. Again, sorry if I got emotional, but it gets frustrating because I keep getting asked for this information, and I know it's my duty to give you the information, but when I have to keep giving it, it gets tiring some. I want to go back to that. Chairman, no, your distribution didn't cost $10,000. If you throw in our Buffalo, the report we got, it was they were worth $22,000. That ain't even with the processing. The Dakota Crossing bill, $12,688. And if you add these up and put it to my timeline that I have mine, it's about equal. You know, that's a good thing that you did for our elders, but the one I'm doing is for everybody. Now again, that's why I'm saying when you guys started questioning it, you started questioning my stuff. So why ain't you questioning the chairman? He's asking for my motions. I presented my motions. And I gave you my backup. And then you're saying you don't see it as needed? Well, the chairman just said this is going to get worse. So if we're preventing our people from making a trip to the grocery store, I'm okay with that. But if you guys want to stop it, it's up to you. Lisa, you made a motion. You seconded it. If you don't want to do it, make a motion to stop it. I tell you what, not only my staff, but all them people out there working, they put a lot of hard work into this. If you guys are getting people complaining, have them call the COVID hotline. If there's no answer, call my phone. We're not, if they didn't get something, I apologize. But yeah, this is for everybody. And if I get them and I get their info, they will get their package.
Bakuli.
So I'm not coming against what our people are doing and the effort they've put into it. What I'm simply saying here, Mr. Vice Chairman, is that when we get asked and we're not kept in the loop on the changes in your plans, we don't have answers for our membership when they're asking.
There is no changes in that plan. There was no changes in that plan.
We were not given notice when you're coming out to our districts and you're handing out food and those type of things. We weren't given notice of that. I mean, a simple, Bikuli, we're going to be in your community today. Did you want to participate? Does your executives want to participate? Do you have people that we may miss? Here's our listing. I mean, there's zero participation and involvement and notice to me as a council rep. So when I get questioned as to what this food is about, I can't answer that. So
Well,
I mean,
don't
that's what I'm saying.
understand why
So-
you can't answer it because I gave you the plan for it.
But you're not telling us when this stuff is happening.
And that's why we,
and it
in
been out,
that
you
plan
guys
that
went
I gave
through
you,
my community, and I didn't even know that till after the fact. So what I'm saying is there's no updates to us personally and respectively when it comes to our districts and what's going on within our districts. And if we felt there was a need for this food to go out weekly, we're hearing that some people don't even have room in their freezers anymore. We still have people who are getting, I mean, it's not like they're not getting food stamps or, you know what I'm saying? So I think we have saturated with the food distribution, and at what point do we stop, take a look, reevaluate?
and that's where
We
I said
still
you
wanna
can
continue
counsel
with
this.
cost. We can't do that if you're not sitting with us and meeting with us to do that.
If you wanted to be in the plan, I'm sorry. You should have said that when we approved the plan. In the plan, it says we have delivery drivers, we have packagers, and people doing paperwork. If you wanted to be involved with that, you should have told me when we were approving the plan to go out.
Bakuli.
Mr. Chairman, this is the conversation I had when I did, and I've taken it upon myself to go sit down with Jim, to go to your office for information, to sit down with your task force. I attended the training that you did for everybody, and I asked questions because I'm trying to get a better understanding of what's going on with your plan. And to me, and I voiced this when I met with your task force, because I'm giving the perspective from the council representative side of this. We can sit here and pass a motion that has a number to it, but you have an intimate plan, and there's details in that we have not been privy to. And I shouldn't have to sit here and seek that out. If there was just a common, to me, if there is a common respect for council, before you're doing anything, you would be giving us notice and saying, Bakuli, we're going to be in your district today. Enemy Swim, we're going to be in your district today. There'd be a written weekly report of what you're about to do or what you've already done. We have yet to see anything that's keeping us apprised of your plan that's evolving and fluent and ever-changing, apparently. We're not privy to those details. So we get asked questions, we don't have the answer. And when one of us are saying, I don't know, that doesn't comfort our members. We as a council should all be able to have the same answer and know exactly what you're doing. And it's not that way, and that's my point.
Mike Travers.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to approve these 10 budgets as presented by the budget office.
I don't know if you want to go over the CARES Act one. Please include the DIA budget. I mean, I'd be happy to, but if the way the discussion's going on, if you guys want to go through every one of them, or just the BIA ones that are for COVID.
I think they're self-explanatory.
We need to look at these. I haven't, this is the first time I've seen them.
Can I go ahead and and start explaining these budgets then? Or is there a
Yeah.
motion on the floor?
So, I think while we're discussing it, I think that we need to cease all food stuff. We need to get a new plan together and reassess where we're at with this crisis. And I think it's very important that we start to stockpile food when we do, so when we do get to a crisis, we're ready to be able to support our people. We are not in a crisis. As the virus spreads, if we've got to shut housing down, then yes, then it's appropriate. But this is, I mean, I'd like to see a motion that passed that no more of the tribe's cash funding that we have is spent on food. We have different funding now, and we need to put a plan together on how we're doing that. And these budgets could be a part of that, but we haven't looked at these budgets yet. Lake Travers?
Mr. Chairman, this is why I asked for a written plan before it became a pandemic here. That's why it went to the vice chair, because nothing was being done.
That's why I made the motion, because we hadn't had a plan.
Vice Chairman?
This budget was made by the numbers that I gave Lexi. We just added stuff to what that the chairman wanted. We're, in council, we talked about raises for our tribal police, stuff like that. Other than that, I didn't get anything from the chairman's office on what he wanted to put in the budgets.
So the only thing I got from the chairman was his medical center. So if you just want to go ahead and start going to the BIA COVID-19 funds, this is regarding the CARES Act for $15,240,000. So what it started off was with the hazard pay and covering the wages for our employees who are getting paid out of gaming and tax. I don't know if you guys can you hear me? Okay. For you guys, for employees who are gaming and tax. So since those funds are no longer available, we added their salaries from the day we're getting our funding, which is the last week of March, all the way to December 30th. So it adds all their wages for those months. And then we have at the bottom part our front line, which is our law enforcement and those who are facilities. I asked for the executives to give me a list of the essential and non-essential who will be receiving a 25% hazard pay. And then those who are front lines, they will be receiving that certain amount. So I budgeted all the hours. So that's regarding you guys, and I've been waiting for. The second part is all the projects. I know you guys saying that you guys wanted projects to be like a plan, basically. So these are going off of basic. Yes, Francis? Sorry.
Lake Travers?
Mr. Chairman, I withdraw my motion.
I'm not sure.
Sorry about that. Sorry about that.
Okay. So the projects that you guys have been discussing, some of these there's been motions that already been made. So we had to. This is the reimbursement. The way I've been meeting with Whipfley and Stephen Gunn, and due to the funds that are being expended from this CARES Act, it has to be items that were not budgeted at the beginning of the year. So for example, our lawyers that you've hired, Mark Van Norman, Steve Gunn, and Whipfley, we budgeted them out of this budget because due to the motion number 5, number 6, and number 7, it was supposed to be reimbursed with these funds. So I put those motions into this budget. And then the different projects that you've been discussing, and then there was another motion was to pay for the benefits of the laid off central government employees. So that's budgeted in here. There was a motion to reimburse the Justice Center and the Youth Center with the food distribution that was already processed and delivered. So this is being reimbursed back to our Justice Center and our Youth Center account. Some of the items that we were discussing with the lawyers was the fact that the items that we have budgeted for the year that we can't pay for. So some of them, for example, was our higher education. They give out great incentives to our college students. JOM gives out education funds, and so does, I don't know if Head Start, Early Head Start does also, but I know for sure TED, Higher Education, JOM. But they said that we can't call them grade incentives because we are a budget grade incentives. So a discussion that we had with the lawyers was calling it a student relief. So we're able to, and it's up to the programs on how they want to distribute basically it is grade money, but we can't call it grade money because that's what we budgeted. So it's something that has to be considered as student relief. I did talk to the lawyers, and they did say that it was okay. All these projects I have listed right here, they didn't have an issue with. They said it's reimbursed, that these items were reimbursed due to that they were not budgeted before. And then these are items that can help us during this COVID part, but it can help assist us after the COVID also. So that would be the education. They said that you know how the state, the government gave out stimulus checks? Well, they said that we can give out something similar to our tribal members. So, I mean, these projects are not set in stone. You guys can decide if you want to continue. I just budgeted them in here so you have sort of a plan to go towards. So one of them is the tribal member relief, which is basically a stimulus check for every single member, which is roughly, I got 15,653. I don't know if it's right or wrong, but I can always double check with our enrollment program. And I just budgeted $200 for every single tribal member, and it came up to that certain amount. So that can be one thing to help our tribal members in this time. We might not be in a horrible situation right now, but down the road, we have this money until December. So from now to December, you can decide what you guys want. If you guys do want to give out stimulus checks or relief checks, it is up to you guys, but you have until December to decide. I know one thing would be, for example, an ambulance, because I know we have many people with dialysis to IHS, and during, if they happen to be quarantined, that an ambulance can help assist them. So it is during our COVID, it's basically a COVID response, but towards the end, it's something that you can keep within IHS or you want to donate. It's up to you to decide. All these projects are up to you if you guys do want to cancel this or move forward with it. What the chairman would like to do is the emergency medical center, I believe it was. So I just put an emergency medical modular, and that was the amount. I mean, once you guys decide if you want these projects, you can go more in depth and more into the amounts, doing RFPs and all that other cases that you do with your projects. Yes? Yes, Lisa?
Okay. Bakuli.
I would like to see in this budget that it just be presented. I don't think at this point we're to the place where we're going to identify individual projects, because we as a council have yet to sit down and to prioritize and decide what we actually want to do for projects. So in this other, it could be reserved for projects.
Okay, so
with this amount, but I don't feel we need to identify specific projects because we have yet to do that.
So I'll just put all of this into one big amount. It was just that because due to the motions that are being made and then due to the discussions that were being made, that you guys want plans.
In this other. So I agree with like the contracts and stuff, but.
It was just kind of a breakdown.
Yeah, but as far as projects, I would say that we don't need to go into individual identifying those projects because we have yet to do that as a council.
Okay. I'll go ahead and just put everything into reserve. It was just supposed to be something to help for your plans. So basically, that's your whole breakdown of what that 15 million would be going towards. The employees would be changing due to the fact that executives would decide who's essential and non-essential, who will be receiving hazard pay. So that amount would go up and down depending on how many employees will be getting approved for hazard pay and essentials. So that's your fifth. I do need a motion, though. That's basically why I would just like a motion for all the budgets, so I would have them into the system. So, yeah, Francis. And then the next one is the BIA ATG. This is regarding our law enforcement and you all who are considered our government. So this will be half of your pay due to the gaming funds no longer being approved. So this will be half of your pay. And then we put tribal court, but I will have to double check because they are under our ATG contract. And then I just put project A, B, and C, and it doesn't have no distribution. I mean, it doesn't have any description, but if you want me to put it also into reserve, I can do that. So that's how the budgets will be approved, with only reserve line items. So that's that $1,750,000. And then the emergency fund, COVID-19, this is what was already approved with you all, with our youth reallocation, and then you made a motion for matching funds for planning's NDN collective. So that's all that's coming out of this $1,100,000 budget. So that's all the COVID parts that I would like you guys to approve. But if you want to make your motion again, Francis, approving all 10 budgets, that would be great. I would need the LE nutrition carryovers, day treatment, new COVID-19 response budget, BIA CARES Act budget, the BIA ATG budget, Child Protections Transition Act budget, and then education received a $1,000 donation. So those are those budgets I need approval for.
Hi, Pa.
Chairman, which one is the council salaries in? Mention which?
The BIA ATG budget.
BIA?
ATG, there's two BIAs.
Just.
I'll make a motion to approve the elderly nutrition, the 5 budgets presented, and the day treatment, for 25,000, and the child protection
And education.
and education, Ted.
Sorry, can you read that back, Madam Secretary?
Yeah.
You can make the motion for the COVID-19 budget.
Was that just you?
Second that.
Motion by Madam Secretary, second by Bakuli. Question by Tokanawan, call for vote.
Madam Secretary? Curtis Bissonnette?
Yes.
Winfield Rondell Jr.?
Mr. Chairman. Secretary, are you including this motion that BIA?
No, I didn't include those.
Yes.
Milton Owen? Yes. Cheryl Owen? Lisa Jackson?
Yes.
Louis Johnson?
Yes.
Francis Crawford?
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairman? Yes. Mr. Chairman?
Thank you. And then the COVID CRF funds and ATG, those are being worked on by, going to be submitted, I think, Thursday by Whipley and Steve Gunn.
Oh, well, I was told to work on them.
No.
So we're not gonna be approving all the back pay or nothing for all, because we need these budgets approved to make, able to move all our employees who are getting paid out of gaming and tax into these budgets, so we can JV those expenses back to our accounts. But if you
So
want,
we have funds right now to do that, right? We're still doing that?
I need these budgets.
But we need to, yeah, we need to work with Whipley and to make sure that we're doing this right. So where are you going to pay that out of?
I met them, that's why I continue with these budgets.
Oh, you got this from them?
I didn't, I showed them what I was working with, and I asked them questions regarding everything that was listed in these budgets, and they said yes.
Okay.
I didn't include the PPP. PPP is what I think you're thinking about. No, I didn't include the PPP budget into this one.
Yep. Gladys?
And
You know, to spend this money on, so that's why I wouldn't wanna rush into accepting budgets that, you know, maybe we can't use that money for that or whatever, but they're gonna be here on Thursday. And they'll have everything outlined for you, because I also gotta work with them with this PPP and some of the budget stuff. So, that's my knowledge of it.
Vice Chairman?
Council, I'm gonna ask for a motion because I didn't know anything about Steve Gunn and Mike doing the budgets. I was just working on this. I'd just like a motion, I guess, that Whippley be put underneath my direction. If they're working on budgets, it should be underneath my office. I don't know what they put in or what's left out, but I don't know if they put our motions in there for
our employees.
our employees. Don't need.
Hypa?
Mr. Chairman, didn't we do a motion already that they go under planning?
That was to go after the funding.
These budgets are not set in stone, so I was gonna do the changes that she would like to do, was put everything under the reserve, but I just wanted to try to get our employees taken care of within this week. So then all that would be taken care of. But regarding what Gladys said, I did speak to them and they all agreed. I sat with them twice. The first time with Eddie in our office, and then the second time with, I believe, Lisa, Cheryl, and Rondell. You were in there when I had even presented these projects, and they were nodding their heads that it was okay. But I mean, I can just put them in reserve. These projects are not set in stone. We can do budget bonds whenever you like, and I mean.
Cooley?
When you say reserve, what do you mean by reserve?
It's just a line item that we just basically put all the.
So instead of it saying other in section H,
it'll just say reserve.
It'll just say reserve.
Mhm.
Okay, so it's like going a whole.
It's just because in our accounts we have a line item specifically for reserve, and at the end of the year you might have to continue putting reserve in there due to that this budget is only until September. So whatever we don't spend, it would have to go to the following year and cover from October to December.
And we did have a roundtable Thursday, and we did go over some of these expenditures, but to my understanding of that meeting, there were still some questions that our attorneys and our CPA firm had. And I don't think anybody was paying, I think just you and I were worried about those projects, because it seemed like everybody else was talking.
Before that meeting, I spoke to Steve Gunn himself.
But I mean, as far as council, so that's why I was saying that, because we all haven't come to like an agreement with the project, so I get that. But we did meet Thursday on these expenditures, and at that meeting, there was still some question as to what was going to be expendable, or allowable, I should say, and that they were going to get back with us with the questions we had of Thursday.
Okay.
So, and that yet has not happened.
So, like I said, this can just be all, just delete the projects and put it into the reserve. I would just like the budgets approved.
Yep.
Make that motion to approve the 2 BIA budgets subject to revision so she can get the employees taken care of.
Thank you.
The BIA ones, the CARES Act and the ATG.
Second.
Question.
Got a motion by Madam Secretary, second by Lake Travers, question by Long Hollow. Call for vote.
Madam Secretary? Curtis Bissonnette?
Yes.
Bill Rondell Jr.?
No.
Justin Owen?
Yes.
Cheryl Owen? No. Lisa Jackson? No. Louis Johnson?
Yes.
Francis Crawford?
Yes.
Carol Vice Chairman?
Yes.
Chairman, the motion passed.
Thank you.
That's all I have for you. Thank you.
I'd like to make another motion that, given the financial discussions that go on with these funds, that Whipley work with the vice chairman, since he is over the finance.
They work with all of us and planning, so that's not necessary.
Second.
Nobody has. They're working on them. That's what we're just saying. Yep, they're working on it.
Anything or did anything. This is all by what
Yep.
with our meeting.
So they're working on it. They're not done yet, so. I haven't heard nothing either, so.
Well, they should be looking.
So. That doesn't make no sense because we all work with them on a daily basis. So. We got a motion by Madam Secretary, second by Lake Travers. Long Hollow. Question by all agency, call for vote.
Trevor Secretary? Curtis Bissonnette?
Yes.
Theo Rondell Jr.?
No.
Milton Owen? Yes. Cheryl Owen? Lisa Jackson?
What if I have a question? They're already working with the vice chairman.
They're working with all of us.
So that was what that Thursday meeting was about.
He's been,
Update and
he's
everything.
been talking to Greg daily.
No.
Louis Johnson?
Yes.
Francis Crawford?
Yes.
Trevor Vice Chairman?
Yes.
Chairman?
Thank you. Last thing we want to talk about is what we. Gladys?
CRF and HPG and FEMA funding, and to have Whipley LLP CPAs and consultants assist program managers and general managers to ensure the funding is spent in accordance with the funding agency's guidelines. So that was a motion that was made for them to work with those budgets and stuff, just for clarification.
Yep, so. Token one.
The reason why I voted no is because I want to make sure that these funds don't turn into a loan. We need to make sure that our Ts are crossed, that's why we brought them in. That was the whole reason why we brought them in. To make sure that everything is the way it should be and they're following all these guidelines. I'm not saying that I don't have no faith, but that's one of the reasons why we wanted the professionals to come in. It's just for this.
Vice Chairman.
And I agree with you. It needs to be done right. But when I'm not in the loop, I don't know what's going on. And that's all the motion is saying.
Yep, you're in the loop. Your staff are in the loop. They just told you they've been talking to them. I've seen the emails. Greg's talking to everybody. Bakuli?
Mr. Chairman, you did call for some roundtables, and not everybody from council is coming to the roundtables. So it's not fair to say that you're not in the loop. When he puts out a notice that we're having discussion, we're in pandemic, we have to be flexible in our schedules. We have to be able to respond and come to the table when information's being brought to us. So I've been responding, and I've been coming to the roundtables that goes out in our group text. And I know Thursday was one of them, Friday was one of them. And I attended, and I believe when the vice chairman's task force asked for update of council, there was only just 2 of us there. So we need to make sure that we're coming to these roundtables because our executives have information to share with us and we need to be available to receive that.
Kim, you're next.
The resolution is taken back, I apologize. Okay.
Lorraine?
Yes. I don't know if any of you know Kimberly Lowe. She's legal counsel for Avison Legal, and you entered into a contract with them on April 24th, and they were to provide legal services, and at the direction of the tribal chairman or tribal council. So the tribal chairman has directed me to work with Kim. I don't know how many of you know it, but I usually work with the contractors and the legal office, because I do have a background in legal, self having served as a tribal judge. You have a And we have a tax code that needs to have some corrections made. We're going to have contractors coming up pretty quick. So we need to get this resolved. And there's no substantive changes so that it can come directly to tribal council.
Bakuli?
Do we have our tax director available to participate in this discussion? Or be made available? If not, can we take a break to do so?
Berlin, can you call Brenda?
Let's take a break, Mr. Chair.
5-minute break? Okay.
While we're waiting for them.
We're back in session. I have Steve Gunn on the phone. He wants to talk to council about the budgets. We're trying to figure out the motion, what the motion was. Verlin doesn't know the motion. What was the motion, Verna? Well, we're trying to figure it out here. I have Steve Gunn on the phone, and I guess he hasn't been working with Lexi. He doesn't know what budget she's talking about. So go ahead, Steve, I'll let you talk.
Well, good afternoon, Tribal Council. We did have a nice meeting with Lexi and the Vice Chairman and Greg Bennett last week, and there's been some follow-up correspondence by email, and the Vice Chairman and his staff have been very helpful. I don't know that we've seen an actual proposed budget for how to spend the coronavirus relief funds. That's the $15.24 million, and we had been working with the Vice Chairman and the Chairman and their staffs, and we have a proposed resolution on expenditures from that fund, and we understood that we were going to present that on Thursday. One of the things, so I'd be happy to review if there is a budget for spending the 15.24. I'd be happy to review it. One of the things that you want to be careful is that the Office of the Inspector General from the Treasury Department will audit the expenditures to make sure that they meet the criteria set forth in statute, and also that they comply with Treasury guidelines that were issued on April 22nd, and then the Treasury FAQs, frequently asked questions, from May 4th. And so we had been working to prepare a list of expenditures that would qualify and would satisfy those criteria. If you spend money that's not for one of the approved items, then the Treasury Department will book that as a debt against the tribe, and then really it's not a grant at all. It just turns into money that you have to pay back. So we do want to make sure that the money is spent on qualifying expenses, and we're happy to review. I did get an email with Lexi's report. I know it mentions the 15.24, but quite honestly, I haven't been able to study it carefully to see if it actually appropriates the 15.24 for different expenditures. I know that during the course of our meetings last week, a number of high priority projects were identified that executives and council representatives wanted to see some of that money go toward, and that's what we had been preparing with the accountants and the legal team. try to appropriate dollars in a way that would satisfy the CARES Act requirements, so that you wouldn't have any trouble at the end of the year with the Interior Department. So I don't really know what the action was today. If you did approve a budget for the 15.24, I'm happy to review it. If you didn't approve a budget already, I think that's what we were going to bring forward on Thursday. And we're happy to work with the Vice Chairman and his staff between now and Thursday to see if we can reconcile, if they did have a proposal for the 15.24, we could try to put those together and see if there's overlap, if they're the same ideas, if they're different ideas. But we're working really hard to try to make sure that you have the funding you need to run your government programs for the rest of the year. And we're trying to structure it in a way that actually allows you to continue to operate, especially in light of the problems with lower revenue from gaming and lower revenue from taxes. So we've had a number of conference calls. Even since we said goodbye to everybody on Thursday, we've continued to have conference calls over the weekend and yesterday. In fact, we have another call scheduled for 4 o'clock today to go over the numbers. So that's what we were working on, and we were hoping to bring that to you on Thursday. That was our plan, to show you what the budget might look like for that 15.24 on Thursday. And we were also looking at the 1.75 on ATG from the BIA, but to be honest, that money probably just needs to go to program support, because it doesn't, payroll and program support, because it doesn't have the same restrictions. You can spend it. It's a little bit more discretionary as long as it's for BIA programs, as long as it's related to COVID-19 response and related to BIA programs. You have more flexibility. The CARES Act money is not flexible. We really have to be careful how we spend that. So I'm happy to answer any questions and work with you however you guys think is best. Like I said, if you did already approve budgets, I'm happy to review them. My only concern is just making sure that you guys don't get dinged in an audit at the end of the year, and that all of this is approved by Treasury when they actually do their audit.
Lexi, can you come up to the microphone and explain why? I think you stated because we needed the money to pay salaries, or what?
Hello?
You'll have to speak pretty loud into the mic so he can hear you.
Hello? Can you hear me now?
Can you hear her, Steve? No.
Okay. So, that close?
Yep.
So what we were discussing was that we wanted to hurry up and get this budgets approved so then we can go ahead and start paying those wages for the employees who are getting paid out of gaming and tax into those budgets, so I can go ahead and start entering in at least the numbers. The numbers, the accounts are not being touched right now until entering in all the employee numbers into the system. But I needed council approval to do that because that's going to take some time with how many employees we have. So that's what I wanted to do, was hurry up and move them over so then gaming and tax employees would be okay.
And that's ATG funds you're talking
No,
about,
this
or
is not-
CARES?
This is just the CARES. This is not regarding the ATG, regarding the council, because ATG budget was only going to be council, law enforcement, and tribal court, because tribal court and law enforcement are a part of the ATG contract, BIA funds.
But Stephen, we can't use the CARES Act to fund them positions that were budgeted last year, right? The ones that don't qualify for the ATG.
They have to. It has to be expenditures that were not accounted for in your most recent budget. So, so you have to be very careful. I will say, like I said before, we did have a good meeting with Lexi and the vice chairman and Greg. I actually can't hear anything that Lexi is saying right now, but I'm happy to work with Lexi to go over any budget proposal and just make sure that we're compliant with the law. Happy to do that.
Because yesterday,
And like I said, I don't know if you've approved it already or what the status is, but you might want to, tribal council might want to make sure that it's, fully compliant with the CARES Act Title V and with the Treasury guidelines.
because I did put it in the.
So if you need to kind of take a pause or,
Can you hear?
whatever you feel like you need to do to make sure that you're compliant.
I had put it all in the BIA ATG at first, but when we got in that meeting, they said go ahead and switch it over because in that meeting he gave you X's and question marks on regarding the 1.75 and the 1524. So I had it in the BIA ATG budget, and he said no, those employees only have to be BIA or the ATG contract. So that's why I had to move all the people who are not a part of the ATG contract into the CARES one. Or is he going? Or are we going to? I don't know. I can meet with him again this afternoon with the emails.
Bakuli? Vice Chairman?
This is why I asked for the motion. Our budget office should be meeting with Steve, and we should be collaborating on this. That's why I asked for the motion. Lexi can get with Steve now,
Yes.
and they can work together, collaborate, and if it's not foreseeable, we can do a budget mod.
Mr. Vice Chairman, in that Thursday meeting, it was told to all of us that there was going to be a follow-up that next morning with Tim at 9. So, everybody was aware of that. So it's not, nobody's getting left out. But we did, like I said earlier, that Thursday, we did have questions. They were going to research and get back to us. And now we're going to be meeting Thursday, so I think we need to just make sure we're on the same page with these budgets after we sit and meet with them.
So Lexi, was it an emergency that we needed to pass that now and we couldn't wait till Thursday?
Well, you can still put it on Thursday, but it helps me putting every single employee into the accounting system for now, because that's a lot of employees that were coming from gaming tax. So that gives me a heads up instead of making everybody wait when you guys make a motion. If you make a motion Thursday, I won't take a whole week entering in people's stuff and then doing the transferring. So this helps me today. It's not, like I said, it's not set in stone where we can do a budget mod and I can work with him this afternoon or tomorrow morning or whatever day, but it gives me the heads up to put all of our employees into our accounting systems.
And did you tell him that you needed to do that?
No, because he's not my boss. I didn't inform him on that. What is that? I asked my questions about the employees. He said, yes, go ahead and switch it over because they are not supposed to be out of the ATG budget.
Yep.
I'll work with him this afternoon.
Telephone that you have, I'm not able to hear anyone except you. I can't hear what anyone else is saying.
Yeah, hang on.
So I will work with him this afternoon when we can do a budget mod, and then I'll just continue entering in the accounting codes. So thank you.
Just hang on, he's gonna get on the call, on the phone. This ain't working, so. You're gonna have to dial in.
Okay.
That same number, yep. What's that?
698-8355. Pin 500.
8359. The pin is what?
500.
50089.
Nope, this is 0050. Okay, we good to go.
Hello?
Okay, Steve. We'll see if could hear you now. Lexi, go ahead. And just tell them why you wanted these passed today.
So at first, I had put them into the ATG with the ATG budget with the BIA employees, but then I was told no, that these BIA ATG funds could only be for the people who are part of the BIA contract, which was like our law enforcement, our government, and tribal court is also a part of that. So I had to move all the rest of the employees who get paid out of gaming and tax into the 15.24 because I was told that they couldn't be coming out of the 1.75. So I approved these budgets. I got these budgets approved today, but I did specify to council that it's not set in stone. These can be easily changed. It's not a problem at all, but I wanted to hurry up and start putting the people who are getting paid into these new budgets into our accounting system because there's so many employees who get paid out of gaming and tax. I wanted enough time to hurry up and put them into the accounting codes so when council so when we have to hurry up and transfer these employees into these other budgets, they will be already entered into our systems and they wouldn't have to wait a week or so for me to sign their employee action reports to get them entered into our systems. But like I said, it's not set in stone. It can be easily modified.
Did you hear that, Steve?
And I
did.
And I am willing to, I'm happy to work with you, and we've been working together, so I just don't know what you want me to do right now.
So she's saying some of our employees can't be paid out of ATG, so she needed this passed so she can start paying them out of the CARES Act.
I think that's right that some employees can't be paid out of the ATG because it's just for BIA programs. So if you do have programs that are funded other than through BIA, then you'd have to look for other dollars. It's possible that you can use the Coronavirus Relief Fund, CRF, for those other employees, but it can't be previously budgeted. So that's the big issue. And we have to, we're working on our end to try to actually create payroll support consistent with what Lexi's talking about, but you have to be very careful because if it's previously budgeted, then we're going to get hit with that they will not allow it. So like I said before, and Lexi, I'm sorry I couldn't hear some of your remarks earlier, but we're happy to continue to work with you. It sounds like you felt like you had an emergent need to get the 1.75 million approved. I'm not sure if you prepared a budget for the whole of the 15.24 million, but like I was saying before, we'd be happy to review it. And we were planning on coming to participating in council on Thursday with with budget proposals for the 1.75 and the 15.24. But if you've already budgeted the 1.75, you know, that's fine. It sounds like you had an emergent need to do that.
Lexi?
We could still work together. I mean, like I said, it's not set in stone. I just wanted to get approval from you all just so I can start working on the accounting system on our side. That's all. So I'm not spending money right now. I wanted it ready so when when you guys start sending ears through, I can just sign them without going through the whole accounting system part, which may take a while. So that's why I just wanted it today, just so I can start on this process. But thank you. Yes, I know what you're talking about.
Alrighty, anything else, Steve? Do you want to wait? Do you want to keep going with your process, work with Lexi and Vice Chairman, and then you want the motion rescinded, and then you guys can work together and get your budgets how you need to get them set up?
I think we are going to want to come back on Thursday with budgets. And I think that we need to work with the Vice Chairman and his staff between now and Thursday. You know, I think it's important for everyone to know, you know, there is a decent amount of money here, but there are some restrictions, and we want to make sure that everyone has a chance to evaluate the decisions that you're making. And the best way for us to do that is to work with the Vice Chairman and his staff and make sure that everyone is on board with this. So I don't know, I still don't really know what action you took today, but and whether you need to suspend it. But we will be coming back on Thursday with a budget proposal for the CRF 15.24 million. And if you didn't fully budget the ATG 1.75, we were also looking at how to use that to best support your programs. But you know, there's a lot of brain power in the Vice Chairman's office and with Lexi, and so we respect her position and the decisions that she's making, and we'd just be happy to work with her to make sure that we, you know, comply with the law and the requirements.
Okay. Anything else? Okay, that's it, Steve. If you need to make some changes, we'll meet again Thursday.
Okay, and do I have everything that I did get the email with Lexi's report? Was there anything else that we need to be looking at?
I'll send you the new budgets also, just so you can compare it to what you have.
Okay, thank you. And Lexi, maybe let's talk offline. We should schedule a meeting for tomorrow with you and the Vice Chairman and myself and the accountants.
Yep, sounds good.
And Greg.
Okay, good. All right, Steve. We'll be in touch.
Thank you very much. Okay, thank you, everyone. Have a good afternoon.
Lorraine, where were you? Sorry about that. Kim, sorry.
I had already made the introduction of Kimberly Lowe, who has a contract with the tribe to provide legal services. And she's here today to assist us in some revisions to the tax code that are not substantive changes. And at that point, it was suggested and recommended that Brenda, the tax director, come over and be involved. So at this time, I'm going to turn it over to Kimberly. She can explain what she's done, and then Brenda can also offer her.
Thank you, Lauren. So hi, I've done some work with the tribe before. I've been engaged to do some assistance with some of your business development and some of your business planning. A little bit of background about me. I'm from the Twin Cities, but I'm also a tax lawyer, and I'm also what's called the Uniform Laws Commissioner. I'm one of 350 lawyers across the country that drafts laws for the whole entire country. I'm actually working on a sales and use tax law right now that's resulting from changes that happened in the U.S. Supreme Court directly affecting South Dakota. On Thursday night, Lorraine and some others gave me a call from the chairman's office about some issues that are arising in your tax code with respect to your sales tax, and the flip side of that is use tax. Let me give you a little background before you go into this. I'm not going to be too lawyerly, but I'm just going to give you some insight. A sales tax, when the way sales tax codes are drafted, a municipality, a tribe, a state, even a county can impose or decide to impose a sales tax. A sales tax is either a privilege tax or it's a consumer tax. Most of our sales tax codes, and yours as well, are drafted as what are called a consumer tax. So that means when you go, say you go anywhere around the country and you go buy a belt or a coat from a store. Usually you buy your coat, and on your sales ticket it'll say, here's the price of the coat and here's the sales tax. You as the consumer pay that sales tax. The retailer or the person who sells it to you collects that sales tax and then remits it to the taxing authority. Under your sales tax code, a retailer who sells a good or service to a consumer or a customer is charged with having that sales tax, collecting it, and then remitting. Your sales tax works the exact same way. You have as well in your tax code a sales tax on services. And that's becoming more and more typical, where we're trying to, as our economies have shifted, we're not just buying goods, we're often buying services from different providers, that you also tax services, and that same scenario works. If I go, I'll use an example right out of your tax code. If I go and get some landscaping services, the provider, the person providing those services to me, is supposed to charge a sales tax on top of that. They're providing us a service, they're supposed to provide that 5.5, remit that to the tribe. So that's how your sales tax code works. The question has come up is that when the tribe itself is the customer, it is also, technically under the way this is drafted, supposed to pay sales tax to the retailer or the vendor or contractor that's providing the services. And that's just the way this is written. And so I understand there's been some confusion about how to apply that. So the real question has come up, especially as you get into some of these larger construction contracts that are going to be entered into with respect to even some of these COVID dollars. You've got architecture services, engineering services, contractor services, what have you, big ticket items. Under the way this tax code was drafted before I revised it slightly, technically the tribe was charging or paying charging sales tax, requiring the contractor to remit sales tax to it, but it really wasn't working the way it's supposed to. So technically the way it usually works is most municipalities, a county, a state, a tribe that has a sales tax code exempts itself from having to pay sales tax. So when the tribe's the customer, it is exempted. It is not required to pay it. And the reason it works that way is because otherwise you're taking your own dollars out of this pocket, paying a contract, and paying yourself sales tax over here. You're paying a premium out of other dollars. You're reducing the value of the dollars that you're paying to a contractor or anything like that because you're technically paying yourself sales tax. And that's just the way it works in the world. Now you have other provisions in your tax code that would allow you to charge a tax on service providers. There's one called a foreign retailer. There's another one called a merchant or a manufacturer's excise tax. There's a couple of other taxes there, but the way this was drafted, it was actually making technically the way this is written, it was causing the tribe to be the one who was supposed to be paying the sales tax to the vendor, who would then remit it back to the tribe in that circular kind of manner. The flip side of that is the concept of use tax. Use tax is very complicated, but use tax applies similar to sales tax, but if a vendor or a contractor or what have you goes and buys a good that it then incorporates into your project and it isn't taxed here in South Dakota, that use tax flows through. So it's the flip side of sales tax, but the end result is if the tribe is not exempt from these taxes, it is technically paying itself. It's borrowing from pockets, two pockets. It's taking its dollars over here to pay for a project and flow sales tax dollars into your tax department, which is counterintuitive since it's the same bucket of money that's being used. So to correct this issue, I was asked to take a quick look at your tax code. I can run you through the changes and just explain how I changed it to reflect the fact that in the event that the tribe is a consumer or customer of either services and or the purchaser of goods, it is exempt from having to pay sales tax. And that's the net result of the changes that you see here. I took a little bit of liberty and corrected a few things that were not quite flowing right, but that's just me as a little drafter because I'm like, it needed to have a little changing. But that's the net result of this. So the changes that you'll see here as you flip through here, and I'll point you to one, if you can bear with me. If you look on the third page of your handout, you'll look at section 6702.01.13. This is the description of services in your code. It describes the services accurately, but the original version had this last sentence on here that says the tax shall be due and collectible when the service is rendered, furnished, or performed for the ultimate user thereof and is paid for by the customer. That's exactly the language that says the tribe pays the sales tax if it is the consumer of the services. When I moved that to another place, I didn't lose that language, but I wanted to point out that there's this disconnect. The way, as Lorraine said, it's more of a clarification than it is a change of what was intended. Because if you go to, there's a few just nits as you go to, if you go to page, I'll keep flipping. I also looked at your list of services just because some of them weren't services actually, they were goods. So I moved a few of those. But if you go to almost last page of this document where it says exemptions. The exemption section, sorry I didn't put page numbers on here when I did this last night. The exemption section starts with, it's up the third to the fourth to the last page, 670216. I changed this slightly to say the following transactions are specifically exempted from the provisions of sales tax. Originally, you had just gross receipts from sales at retail to the tribe, so that was just when you were buying goods from a consumer or from a seller. I added gross taxable services receipts from services provided to the tribe or one or more of its political subsidiaries. So what that does, it specifically exempts you out from having to pay sales tax on construction contracts, architecture services, all these other things that are coming with these large construction projects. I also added, this is just for clarification, that the gross receipts paid by the tribe related to any of its contracts with prime contractors or subcontractors is also exempt. You have in your code itself what's called the contractor's excise tax, and that contractor's excise tax was in addition to your services tax. And that contractor excise tax says if you're a contractor, you charge these taxes to your ultimate server and you remit them. So I carved those out specifically because I knew that you have contracts that you enter into with construction people. And the reason I did that is originally when you passed this code, if you go back to the contractor excise tax section, you actually left in some language that was in brackets that obviously should have not been included. It starts on section 670211, the second half of that where it defines the term prime contractor. When you pass this code, you left in language in brackets. In the world of, if it's in brackets, it means it was meant to either be kept or deleted, but you take the brackets out. You kept in there the brackets saying that a prime contractor means a person, including persons or business entities contracting as a prime contractor with the tribe. So I took that out because I don't think you want to charge yourself sales tax, and I don't think that was for contractor tax. I think that was the intent when you passed this code. And so that's why, as Lorraine says, some of these are just corrections. Now I understand there's some interpretation that happens on this code, but I read it by the pure language of what the law says, and I I corrected it to make sure it's clear that the tribe is exempt from these taxes. Now, I don't know, I understand it's interpreted certain ways, but I was tasked with making sure the code indicates what the intent was. I know that's a lot of information, but if anyone has any questions, you can ask me and then we can go to Brenda.
Mr. Vice Chair, what about, how do you define the tribe when you made reference to the tribe?
So, Mr. Chairman, the tribe is defined specifically as, it's defined at the beginning of our tax code, and it includes the tribe and any of its subsidiaries or political subdivisions. So, and it's a business entities as well.
Anything under the whole?
Anything that's under the whole umbrella is encapsulated by the definition of tribe. That's a good question.
I just didn't see it in the definitions on the front. So.
It's in the beginning, and I kept it in there. It's in there, but it's meant to capture, anytime it's tribe money that's being used is really the concept here, that you shouldn't be taxing yourself.
Okay, thank you.
So we can approve these then. These are kind of more of a correction and a clarification.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, as I read it, especially with that single sentence in services saying that it should be paid by the customer, and actually that original exemption that said the tribe is exempted from sales at retail, it really seems that you meant to exempt yourself from paying sales tax. If that was not the intent and you thought you wanted to pay sales tax on your own projects, that's a different story altogether.
Brenda,
Yeah,
give her the microphone, please.
good afternoon, Council. I need to mention that this issue has been talked about in the Tax Commission for the past few months. We do have a tribal attorney that has looked at this issue, that has issued a legal opinion on this issue. And what this lady says, there are so many substantive changes. Just looking through this, you can see the number of text that's crossed out and added. And, you know, we have a government structure here with a tax commission, and I don't know how many times I've come here and been scolded that, you know, the council wants to hear what the tax commission has to say. And, you know, I think they would be incredibly upset if all these substantive changes were just automatically made without their input, without the council actually reviewing the legal opinion that Mr. Paulson wrote. You know, and I'm sure the council's aware that we've had a recent case in tribal court involving this with one of our employees who has argued this point. And the tax commission's responsibility is compliance. You know, that same consultant didn't have a business license, you know, and he was paid twice, you know, and we're catching these things at the last minute. They're trying really hard to get compliance with our tax code. If this retail tax, this service tax is taken away, we're going to lose probably $800,000–900,000 a year in retail service taxes. And our tribe needs this funding right now for our programs. And without that consideration alone, you know, I think the tax commission really has to be involved in this whole process.
Do you have Greg's opinion?
Yes.
Can you give it to Kim? Go ahead, Kim.
Question, I guess. When you say you have $900,000 of retail services taxes that you've collected from the tribe, is that what you're saying you have?
I'm saying that we really need to look at whatever these language changes. I mean, I just got this a few minutes ago. But anything that affects the amount of tax revenue we're taking in at this point in time has to be carefully looked at. You know, and this is such a big issue. I would just think it would be a tremendous wrong to just accept these blindly, you know, like that's being proposed. But I do have the legal opinion here.
Can you let Kim look at that?
Does council want a copy of this?
Sure, yep.
I only have a couple.
Lorraine can make some copies, or Gladys left. Nick Chavez?
Mr. Chairman, I agree with what Brenda is saying. You know, I think we should probably table this until she reads through it as a tax director, and maybe she can take it to her tax commission as well. But the other question I have is, you know, do we want to really be exempting the tribe when it comes to all this CARES Act funding that we have coming through? Because that's free money that we can tax.
I just want to say, I think you might have to. I check with your
Steve, we have to check with Steve.
I don't know if you can pay taxes out of
And see
that
that-
money. So for example, out of your PPP dollars, you cannot pay the payroll taxes that you would pay for your employees out of those dollars. I don't know if you can pay the
And
tax
see
out of
that-
those dollars.
But see that, what I'm saying though is it
Yeah.
frees it up for other places though too. So I mean that.
Right, that's the point. I don't know. You have to check on whether that's even available to pay taxes on that's why you really need to be careful, he said on the phone, about how these dollars are used, because it's a recycle in some ways, and so you got to be careful under audit if you're recycling paying yourself. And so that's why some of this is coming up, because those contracts are specific. And, you know, I think the point of this this memo speaks to one consultant, which I understand the facts of that case, but I think it's important to remember on large construction contracts where you have architects and engineers and what have you, big ticket items, it can be a lot of tax that's added onto that. And I think the perception is that the perception here is that the consultant is actually paying the tax. But that is not what your code clearly says. The customer pays the tax. So the way it works is the tax is added on top of the contract price, and it's remitted to you and you pay it. That's how as I mentioned, that's how sales and use tax work. So if your goal is to tax a consultant or a service provider for the right to contract with the tribe, that's a different mechanism than sales tax. And like I said, you have a foreign retailer tax in here that would apply for some of that if that's your goal. I think the problem is using the sales tax is where the issue is starting to arise, is because it gets confusing. And your tax code does apply when you have non-tribal members providing services. So you could find a way, if that's your goal, to have that contractor pay that. But just be honest with you, in business, I mean, when I have to pay sales tax, it's added to what I pay. And if I had to pay sales tax, if I had to give you an invoice that says here's my legal services and here's the sales tax that I have to collect and remit back to you, is technically how it's supposed to work. And so that's where I think there's a concern when these big contracts are coming through.
So, but what I'm getting at though is with the CARES Act funding, there's X amount of dollars that are coming down for infrastructure. So that's where we got to be careful about, you know, when it comes to those infrastructure dollars under the CARES Act funding as well.
Correct. That's part of the problem that I think is giving rise to this right now, is having that loop-through tax might not work under the CARES Act dollars, because you're supposed to expend those for the benefit of the tribe and not tax yourself on it to get it looped back to you. And so that's where I would be cautious with those dollars. And so I think that's the specific problem that's coming up right now.
So how about if this body was to waive those taxes for those specific projects?
The way your tax code is written, it says that the tax code is at least X%, and that it's increasable, I think, by this council. I don't know if it's reducible or waivable by this council. But it's a good question. Can you just do that for this big project?
This body has done it in the past.
It may be the best answer for those large construction projects. I'm just giving you casual advice, but.
Brenda, you got a question? I mean,
I just wanted to comment. I'm not sure I understood what all she was trying to get
can you
at.
give her the microphone so we could hear, please?
She mentioned something about our code not being authorizing taxing services, but consultants are specifically listed under the 5.5% gross receipts tax. It says including the following, but not limited to architects and engineers, consultant, shoe shiners, whatever, you know, all these services, there's a few dozen types of services that we tax. Even when the tribe pays the consultants, there is an exemption in our code for the tribe. It's an exemption that the same exemption the federal government has, the state has. It says the tribe, the feds, the state, they don't pay sales tax. We know when we go into Menards and give them a check, we don't pay that state sales tax, you know. So that's what that exemption provision means in our tax code. And what it's been interpreted to mean is that anytime the tribe's involved with any kind of commercial situation, there's no tax. But if that's the case, you know, we'd be losing millions of dollars because a lot of tribal checks go out for our contractors and our construction projects. And this body takes a look at each project and they use their authority. Do we need to waive it because of the funding source? We need to waive it because of this or that. There's a specific reason this council waives taxes, and that's where the authority should be. You know, not waiving everybody because there's a tribal check involved.
Like Travers?
Mr. Chairman, I just have one more question, and it's for my judicial rep back here, Shannon. Did this come through judicial? No? So, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to see that Brenda have an opportunity to review this with Kim and, you know, visit with her tax commission as well. Then it should go through the proper procedures before coming in front of us.
My other question is, I understand that if commissions are going to meet, they need council approval, and the commission, I'm sure, would like to meet because this is a really important issue. So I'm requesting authority for them to be reactivated, and we'll take all the necessary precautions we need to take.
Bakuli?
Mr. Chairman, I am the ex officio over Judicial, and I know when we had a privilege of meeting Kim before with her area of expertise in tax law, I have recommended that she work with Brenda and that she also work with our tax commission on taking a look at our code and revising in areas as needed. So I would like to make that motion that Kim be able to work with Brenda and the tax commission for this issue only. Because we do recognize that we are going to have this issue with our taxes coming down as we move through our COVID spending. And we all know it's an issue. We struggled with it with past construction contracts, and now's not a time to be limping through this. We got to get it correct. So I make that motion, Mr. Chairman.
I'll second your motion, Lisa, as long as you include the vice chair's office since he's over the executive order.
Yep.
Motion by Bakuli, second by Lake Travers. Question by Tokanawan. Call for vote.
Lisa Jackson,
Yes.
Louis Johnson,
Yes.
Francis Crawford,
Yes.
Curtis Bissonnette,
Yes.
Winfield Rondell Jr.,
Yes.
Milton Owen,
Yes.
Cheryl Owen,
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairman, Tribal Secretary, Chairman.
Thank you. You know, Kim, we talk about taxes, and like for this building here, I think we paid around $30 million for it after furniture and all of that. And it was a real development loan that we got. And the tribe taxed this project. $2 million went into the tribe's tax account. Right, so it sounds great. We got $2 million out of this money, but we're paying interest on that for the next 30 years. So how is that a benefit to the tribe? When it all said and done, the $2 million could cost us $4 million. Bakuli?
We do need to expedite this tax issue because we have a spending time limit of December 30th for this COVID spending. And so if we're going to use this in any infrastructure, we have to get these contracts finalized. We have to start moving on that. So what would be a reasonable time frame, Brenda, do you think that you can get with your commission and Kim and come to some kind of resolve?
I would say at least a couple months. We need time to read through all these.
We don't
Couple
have that
months.
kind of time. we need to get moving on this as soon as possible. And
I'll call them today, see if they can be next week, this week, later this week, and see. I'm not sure what their schedules are, but they've all expressed an interest to meet, so.
so,
Like Trevor, oh, go ahead, sorry.
so can we have a meeting by Friday, before Friday? We need to really make this a priority, and then also we maybe need to be communicating how we can, we still have a code that needs, I'm not sure if it needs to be amended or if it's just a correction, a clarification. So then I'm not sure how judicial is going to work in that. But right now we need you guys expediting this issue.
My
But-
understanding is after tax meets, then it goes to judicial, then it comes to council.
If it needs to, yep. Lake Travers?
It may be an exigent circumstance here.
Mr. Chairman, I think, I agree with Lisa, I'd say the latest we should probably be meeting on this issue, probably be Thursday.
Okay. And can I add that to my motion?
Because that way, she has time today to get a hold of her commissioners, and possibly can even meet tomorrow or Thursday. If they're willing to come back and meet, if they've been asking for meetings, they should be available right away. And then the other thing, Mr. Chairman, is when it came to this loan for this building, it didn't matter if we spent the money or not. We had to spend it because they wouldn't take it back. So it doesn't matter if we're paying it for 30 years, whatever. We had to spend the money. We were short on this building. What was it? 19.9 is what we got the contract for, but we still had to spend the full 30 million.
So you saying, so are you saying we couldn't send the money back that we,
We tried to put it on, to add it on, to take the loan off, to shorten the loan up, and to shorten the interest, but they wouldn't take it.
Oh, you have tax, you have credit, you have some taxes and less credits on this credit. So yeah, there's a life bond, so you can't prepay, I'm guessing, which is what you're saying. So there's probably some life to them, so the holders get guaranteed return on their investment based on the length of the time. that
Through real
they
development.
okay. So I think it's important that, Kim, that you meet with Brenda today, and you guys sit down and talk about this. You're both attorneys. We should be able to get this figured out before it goes to,
One thing I think we do need to be clear on is sort of the policy decision, because this really is a policy decision more than what the words said. Because I could read the words, I can read them the way I read them, Brenda can read the words the way she reads them. It's really the policy decision of what does the tribe want to do when it comes to taxing itself on its dollars that it spends. So I think that's, and I read a lot of laws all over the country and all sorts of stuff, and until you kind of get a direction, it really doesn't help, because we can all argue what the words say.
Lake Travers?
Mr. Chairman, then Kim, maybe the language that needs to be placed into the policy or the ordinance is that if there is any tangible taxes that are billed for, that those be waived and reinvested into the project that it's being used, the money's being used for.
So if I hear you correctly, are you thinking you want to have the tribal council just have the ability to waive those taxes when they want to, or do you want to have it?
Yes, because that's how it's been done in the past. Because in that way you can reinvest it back into the project that you're doing.
So we wouldn't put that in the code, but
But in the policy.
in the policy,
Yeah.
that's what I'm trying, I think we've
Yeah.
got an interpretation issue, we've got the
Yeah, because
language.
there's certain things you gotta keep out of your ordinance, and there's certain things that should be policy. Because you should, the ordinance is harder to change than a policy.
I've only looked at the code, I haven't seen the policies of which it's been used in the past, so I've only looked at the language of the code itself.
Bakuli?
That's what I was going to say. I was make that distinction that, but Travers got it. Thank you, Francis.
Long Hollow, do you have a question?
Yeah, I just don't understand why the tax director and the commission wasn't consulted with the first time with this.
Yep. She was given this to start reviewing our tax code. There's Did you get through all of it?
I did read your entire tax code.
Okay, what did you think?
Get some progress, but I read it.
Okay,
That's all.
okay. Bakuli?
Mr. Chairman, I think I'm the one that made the motion for her to begin this process, to start working on this. So, because I'm the ex officio of the tax commission, that's always been what I have voiced to everybody since we've been introduced and we've been made aware of her credentials and her area of expertise. So, and then being familiar with the issues that have been arising within our tax code, as sitting on tax, as the ex officio of our tax commission. I'm aware of that we have issues there and they need to be resolved. So that's why I have voiced this and made the motion to make sure we get it looked at. But now I also see the severity and the exigent circumstances that's arising because of this COVID funding, and we need to make sure we're resolving the tax issue so we're not running up against that at this crucial time.
Good. Anything else, Kim? Have you had a chance to start diving into our for-profits and we need to get our corporation set up and going and.
That's why I drove here this morning instead of calling in, so we're gonna spend some time on that.
Okay, good. Anything else, Brenda? Okay, thank you. Oh, what else? We got to start thinking about general counsel. It's already next month. We need to come up with a plan. Maybe we do our reports. We still do the reports, and we have our people call in if they have questions, if there's any ideas. We can't have hundreds of people coming here, but we got to try to follow the Constitution. So I think we still do our reports, and we broadcast them. Tom, whatever, can broadcast them and do our best to try to get the information out to the people. So, anybody have any questions or comments on that? Lake Travers?
Mr. Chairman, I think that the only hard part about doing something like that if we're gonna reopen our casinos, then why not have our general council meeting? But then at the same point, how hard is it gonna be if we were to do a live, just like we're doing right now? And then if there was any questions that were from the public, from our members, can go through Tom, and Tom can ask those. So Tom would be like our moderator for our general council meeting.
That's what I said, yep. You want to make that motion that we start getting ready and we set that up? But the programs are still going to have to submit their reports and stuff. Tom?
I think, Mr. Chairman, you just follow the agenda, just the way the agenda has always been. You got your program managers, they come in and give their report, then you got open mic after 4 or 5 reports done. Yeah, that's true too, because of finances. Say just have them give the reports, and then if the actual financial reports wanted to be requested, they can stop and pick them up from their district centers or from here, or?
Okay. Haipa.
Our concern is about our financials. Could this just be on the secretary's program, yes, for the reports? There. This is the finance. Oh, it is? Oh, okay.
We don't probably want to broadcast all of that stuff. Couldn't we do somehow couldn't we give the tribal members a code so they could call in so nobody else can call in? Okay. Yeah. Okay. I guess I'd like to have a motion then authorizing that so we can start planning to do that. Because of the virus and our state of emergency and Long Hollow.
What's the date on it already? I think it's later in June, isn't it? Okay.
So be a month away.
I can have get something scheduled, and then usually it's finances, casinos, and for-profit.
That sounds kind of, I don't know if that'll work. But we should be able to get a code with their technology these days. We should be able to give our tribal members a code where they can listen to it, where no one else can. But we'll also have the books that can be passed out. Can be passed out to tribal members, the financial books. So. So we get it confidential, so it's not, our finances aren't broadcasted. So, somebody want to make a motion that we go to that type of general counsel, so keep our people safe. And Vice Chairman, I'll work with Tom and make sure it's done right. We get the information out to the people, and we set up a system so they can listen to it and ask questions.
To start that process, Mr. Chairman, for planning for that?
We go to that type of general counsel.
I have a question.
Long Hollow?
So since it's almost a month away and we've never even canceled it, can't we get ready right now for it? And just kind of play it like week to week, or because we don't know what's going to go on in a month. Maybe everything will open up. I don't know. But can we just start planning for it for your virtual or on Zoom?
That's what
or whatever, and then if that, say everything opens up, then we just send out a...
We can change it if you want to make the motion that we start planning, and then, with the virus, the next, 2 or 3 weeks, see what happens, like Travers.
Mr. Chairman, so the summer general counsel, is this one under your office or is it under the vice chair's? Okay, so I'll make a motion, Mr. Chairman, that the vice chair start looking into the process and procedures for having an online general council meeting for the end of June.
Okay.
Subject.
Motion by Lake Travers,
I'll second.
second by Bakuli.
Question.
Question by Long Hollow. Call for vote.
Francis Crawford,
Yes.
Curtis Bissonnette,
Yes.
Whitfield Rondell Jr. Yes. Milton Owen. Yes. Cheryl Owen. Lisa Jackson.
Yes.
Louis Johnson.
Yes.
Carmel White, Chairman. Yes. Carmel Secretary. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. The last thing is, a couple things is that, we have our mass testing gonna take place on Thursday. We've got about 250 slots or so filled. We have more. So if you want to reach out, we can reach out to the community next and see if anybody wants to get tested. We can do that.
Anybody, as long as you're tribal members, right?
Tribal members, yes. I mean, what's left, some of them we did open up to non-tribal members, like some of the people that Washitus that work in our programs or work at IHS or for-profits. They're looking at, Bud's got his plan together to reopen. We've got a meeting on Thursday on that. So that's kind of where we're at. We're going to probably open up now the testing for some tribal members that would like to get tested. You know, maybe they were exposed, recently in the last week or so that want to be tested. We do kind of have a spread going on right now. We're trying to get control of. So that's where we're at with the testing. So, Token of one.
Question with the testing. Some of the tribal membership is concerned that they're going to have to pay for it. Is that?
No, there's no cost.
That's why I wanted to make sure that we talked about that, no cost.
So they're actually up there right now doing a final preparation for the testing for Thursday. So the last thing I wanted to talk about is we touched on it already, is that because of the virus, and we do have a spread right now, but a lot of the states are going to 100% mail-in ballot because of the virus. And we do have the resolution there. We have the policies, procedures together to implement this. We wanted to do this to protect our people. It's not worth any of our people, especially our elders, to catch the virus while we're doing just to vote. So that's why the states all around us have gone to 100% mail-in ballots. Some of you have probably got a ballot already, but it's just it really isn't worth anybody dying. And this would only be a temporary resolution just for this election. After the virus done, then it would go away. This wouldn't be a permanent thing. So it's just real important that we take every precaution that we can. We are in a national state of emergency. We're in our state of emergency, and we're also in a tribal emergency. So we want to have a vote and keep our people safe. So I think Lake Travers is next.
Mr. Chairman, I just have a question on what are the states doing as far as I understand the whole process of, the reason why they want to do this is to eliminate the spread of COVID-19. But what happens if that person that's sitting at home casting a ballot has COVID-19 and then the REB is now handling them? But I mean, are they gonna have to change gloves for each ballot that they open?
No, there's guidance already for CDC on that.
Okay.
It doesn't stay on the ballot for more than 3 days, I think it is. So
Hopefully it's in the mail longer than 3 days.
yeah, it goes to China first, then it comes back.
Then the other question is okay, so you got like some counties that are giving them the option. Do you want to come in and vote, cast your ballot, or do you want to vote, mail-in vote.
Well, I can probably figure out what states are doing that, probably red states, but
County.
counties,
County you reside in.
yeah. Bakuli?
Can we, because we're seeing a lot of issues that's coming out of COVID with our exigent circumstance having to push through past some of our policies, I'm wondering if we can do a roundtable with REB and also if we can sit down with Judicial and start mapping out how we're going to fast track some of these codes that need to be fast tracked right now and in response to this. Because it is a health and safety issue for our people, we're not realistically going to be able to follow our policies. So how do we fast track this and put a fair process together so that way, should this come back around, we ever be in this situation again, it becomes part of our process and part of our policies. So I think now we can use this as an opportunity to begin to define the issues that are arising, and that's how do we expedite code when it comes to the health and safety of our people. So, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion that council schedule a roundtable with REB and Judicial no later than Friday, so we can begin to have these discussions.
Motion by Bakuli,
What time?
second by Tokanawan. Question by Haipa, call for vote.
Lisa Jackson.
For that? So should we do Thursday REB and Friday Judicial?
Do it all.
Do them all together? Okay, so let's, go ahead.
Haipa,
So Friday?
When's month?
Friday?
how about Friday then?
Friday, should we
at
start
10
at
a.m.?
10 and work through till done? But we have, we're meeting with REB and Judicial Friday, beginning at 10. That's my motion.
Friday.
Because we're meeting with Mud too on Thursday, aren't we?
Yeah. Yep. So we'll meet with, do the finance stuff. Dean Marski gonna be here Thursday, I think. Dean Marski will be here. We'll handle that, and then we have our gaming meeting at Connection at 3. They've got their plan together for opening of the casinos. You've seen it all over. Casinos all around us are all opening, and I don't know if it's that time yet. That's why I want you guys to talk to the GMs and MUD and see their plan, and see if it's if we're ready to start having that discussion about opening back up. So, motion by Bakuli. I'll call for vote. Do we get a second and a question? Okay, call for vote.
Lisa Jackson. Yes. Louis Johnson. Yes. Francis Crawford.
Yes.
Curtis Bissonette.
Yes.
Lyndon Rundle Jr. Yes. Milton Owen. Yes. Cheryl Owen. Yes. Carol Vice Chairman. Yes. Carol Secretary.
The other thing I think we passed out, we reached out to the regional director and we asked them if they could find us some FEMA homes for our homeless. He got back to us last week, I think Thursday or Friday. He does have 4 FEMA homes that they could give us that we could set up somewhere for the homeless. As you know, I think it's just a matter of time before it starts spreading with their homeless and we have nowhere to put them. So they gave us 4 FEMA homes for our homeless. We have to pay for the shipping to get here from North Carolina, but then they reimburse us with their ATG money. So we need a motion to approve that funding. It's $40,000 for 4 trailer houses, and they pay us back. BIA pays us back for that after they get here. So I need a motion to pay that. Pay it out of the can't be CARES Act, we can pay it out of our ATG, and then they just reimburse us. Haipa. Well, I talked to Eric at Housing to see if they could find us 4 spots just temporarily, just to set them up and then, kind of put a fence around them. So, we don't want them to turn into flop houses where people are just partying and stuff. So, kind of like our warming house we had, we're going to have somebody be in charge of those. But those would be, reimbursed. We could use CARES Act money for that. So we just have to be able to put our homeless somewhere, and if they, so we can help them and monitor them if they get the virus and stuff. So it really is a big deal. We really have to look at addressing that. So those will be coming pretty quickly after we approve the funding for that. Long Hollow?
Mr. Chairman, so you guys got a secure place, electricity, water, all that stuff?
We're working on that, yep. But they're free, and then even the shipping is going to be reimbursable through aid to tribal government. So, Bakuli?
Mr. Chairman, we had past problems with our FEMA homes before. Are these going to be applicable to our...
These are those best ones. These are those class 5 that can go into any cold climates. These are those. And I did have them send us some pictures, and they look pretty good. They are used. They look real good though. They look good. So all of this is not going to be a cost to the tribe. So, Madam Secretary.
Okay, on this on the front of the sheet, setup costs non-reimbursed. Using the company is optional and non-reimbursed from BIA. So, are we locked into the 4, or can you get 2 trailers?
Well, they're free, so we want all 4.
Transport costs are $39,480.
Yep.
And setup costs are $19,920. So
The setup
amount you need.
The setup costs are non-reimbursable, but we can set them up ourselves, and then we could use the CARES Act funding to set them up. If we have that company set them up, that is not reimbursable. So we could do that with our CARES funding, set them up. Lake Travers?
Mr. Chairman, I just have one more question going back to if we were to do ballots, mail out. What happens if some of the people don't feel comfortable when somebody's opening up their mail and seeing who they cast their ballot for?
Yeah.
So maybe that's a question.
Yep. Lorraine? Yep.
Referring to the mail-in?
Yes.
I've been listening with Terry lately. He's the one that would be setting it up and stuff, tabulators and everything. And he was telling me that you have to,
Yeah, I'll use the microphone, Lorraine. Speak right into it, yep.
Okay, so he was, telling me that we rent a post office box. They have a small one for $25. They have a medium one for $35, and they have a large one for $50. And he was recommending we get the $35. We sign a 6-month agreement for that, and then we get. I forgot the term for it, but it's like postage. We don't pay the postage until we actually use it. And if we get the return postage, we'll only be billed for that. We wouldn't be billed for the ones we send out. I mean, we'll pay for those, but we don't pay the return for all of those, just the ones that are returned. So it's a lot cheaper. So altogether, I mean, and then we would work it with REB as far as, the pickup at the post office, but we would have our own box, so we don't have to worry about anybody getting into the box.
No, what I'm getting at, Lorraine, is some of the members are questioning, who's going to be opening these ballots up when they're mailed in. because they don't, they feel that their ballot should be cast by secret. So then the REB members or whoever's opening these ballots that are mailed back in, they're gonna know who voted for who and whatnot. Then how is that gonna work when it comes to the voting rosters?
Yeah.
We better figure something out with the voting rosters.
There will
Signatures or something.
There would be one person from each district that would be opening them right at the tabulation site, along with the one tabulator. It'd be only one person, and so these guys are actually, one from each district would actually be there overseeing it. There really wouldn't be any role for REB, but again, those are all regulations that would be put in place if you pass for the mail-in voting.
I just think it's gonna be a process, Mr. Chairman, because each letter that's dropped in that box that's written, they're gonna have to go through every list to find out which district that they're casting their ballots from.
Francis, it might be a good idea if we had Terry Rainey on the telephone to answer these questions.
Well, maybe what we'll do is I'll ask REB and them at the round table, but I just wanted to bring that question up.
Yeah.
Because some people are concerned about who's all knowing who they're casting their ballots for.
Maybe he can join us in that meeting.
Yes.
He does this for a lot of different communities and tribes, the mail-in ballot, so I'm sure he could answer that for you. So, that motion passed already, we're done with that? Oh, the trailer house, I need a motion to pay the 39 something out of ATG, and it's refundable.
So, Mr. Chair, are they coming out of Texas or are they coming out of North Carolina?
No, they're coming out of North or South Carolina. What does it say, Myrna?
The invoice, it says Beesville, Texas.
Oh, it could be.
They're not bringing killer hornets with them, are they?
Is it Texas? Wherever they're at, we have it here, so.
Well, I'm just wondering so we get the accurate estimate, we got an estimate for hauling them here. So maybe do you want to go up to 40,000 or?
Yeah, just do that. Yep. We'll get it figured out. It's not going to cost us anything, so.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make that motion that we go after these, we hire this company, Ponderosa Services out of Mitchell, South Dakota to bring up 4 FEMA trailers for either from North Carolina or Texas, and the funding source be aid to government right now and be reimbursed from the BIA.
Yep.
Question.
Motion by Lake Travers, second by Haipa, question by Bakuli. Call for vote.
Francis Crawford,
Yes.
Curtis Bissonnette,
Yes.
Bill Rondell Jr. Yes. Milton Owen. Yes. Cheryl Owen. Lisa Jackson.
Yes.
Luke Johnson.
Yes.
Trevor White, Chairman. Yes. Tribal Secretary. Mr. Chairman.
You never know.
Haipa.
One more issue, we were talking all back about some of our members, they have enough meat, they have no place to put the meat, now, right? Vice Chair, can we switch to
yours?
canned good and dry goods now?
Token to one.
Yes, I wanted to talk about the meat too. I said I was going to bring it up because I had complaints on it. Do we have anybody that inspecting our meat and making sure that it's good? Has it been unthawed and refrozen? Because there were some current concerns out there of outdated meat. So I want to make sure that when we order things that we need to make sure that it's good. We don't want to be giving our people outdated meat.
Yep. We'll verify that We'll verify that. And then I think we need to get away from the bulk food. We shouldn't be scooping out chicken nuggets and throwing them into the bag or unpackaged ring bologna and passing it out and stuff like that. We get away from that. Lake Travers?
You want to use resolution approved?
Which ones? Oh, yeah, we gotta get all these done.
Motion to approve 2002, Mr. Chair.
Motion by Lake Travers, second by Haipa.
Indian Highway Safety Grant.
Question.
Question by Bakuli, call for vote.
Yes.
Curtis Bissonnette,
Yes.
Winfield Mandel Jr. Yes. Milton Owen. Yes. Cheryl Owen.
Yes.
Lisa Jackson.
Yes.
Louis Johnson.
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairman. Tribal Secretary. Chairman.
Thank you. Motion by Haipa, second by Tokanawan.
Grant applications due May 4th. Grant application was.
Question by Buffalo Lake, call for vote.
Winfield Mandel Jr. Yes. Milton Owen. Cheryl Owen.
Yes.
Lisa Jackson.
Yes.
Louis Johnson.
Yes.
Francis Crawford.
Yes.
Curtis Bissonnette.
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairman. Tribal Secretary. Chairman.
Thank you. 02, 03, is that it?
04. Motion approved, motion to executive resolution number 2804, Mr. Chair.
Okay. 04. Lake Travers, motion by Lake Travers,
Second.
second by Bakuli. Question by Long Hollow, call for vote.
Francis Crawford.
Yes.
Curtis Bissonnette.
Yes.
Winfield Mandel Jr. Yes. Milton Owen. Yes. Cheryl Owen.
Yes.
Lisa Jackson.
Yes.
Louis Johnson.
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairman. Tribal Secretary. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, is because we never approved this resolution, is this why, like, Fuel Inc. hasn't received their CARES Act, their PPE? They haven't received theirs yet.
Neither crossings.
Okay, we'll double check on that. The money's there. I think we have to do a transfer, right, Vice Chairman? Yep. So I'll double check with them today. Those transfers should have been done, so we'll make sure that gets done. Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Anything else? Motion to adjourn? Motion by Lake Travers, second by Tokanawan, we're adjourned. Lot of trees down here. Thank
you, everybody, for watching. I just have one statement to make that our next broadcast, I'll have my own microphone, so we will have a little more clear sound. So we'll have. Thanks for watching, and bear with us. This was our first attempt here with the YouTube page, and if you like it, make sure you comment that you enjoyed it. I know the microphones were just a little bit too overmodulating, so our next broadcast, once again, I'll have our own microphone set up, so it'll be more controllable. So thanks for watching, and remember, wash your hands.